Good morning once again. If you've just joined us, this is the first day of the eighth edition of the African Entrepreneurs Conference organized by the African Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center in collaboration with Africa Women in Trade. Good morning once again. If you've just joined us, this is the first day of the eighth edition of the African Entrepreneurs Conference organized by the African Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center in collaboration with Africa Women in Trade. Um, just a sec, there's an echo, Joy, at the background. As I continue. Okay, so thank you so much. We did the introduction a bit earlier, and just before we go to the next session, which is going to be on innovation and intellectual property in the on top of the hour, I'm just going to give some highlights on the annual African Entrepreneurs Conference coming up to Cape Town in person this November from the 25th to the 26th of November 2021. So once again, thank you so much. So before we go to the next session, I'm just going to share a little bit about the upcoming conference. So the upcoming conference will be our 8th edition, which is the annual biggest conference. And this conference we are having now is a build up to the annual conference, which is going to be held in person in Cape Town. So if you'd like to know a little bit more about this conference, we will be putting up details during this session for you to get to know about how to register for that conference. This will be a gathering of African entrepreneurs, academia, as well as the business community, and we'll have different activities, including the CEOs Forum. We'll also have investor pitch at this conference, and this conference also will have a number of investments roundtables. So to register, I would like you to follow us on our social
Oliver, there's a lot of noise on your side. You log off and log in again.
There's a background. Hello.
There's a lot of noise on your side.
There's like a background noise. I don't know if it's coming from me. Let me just see. It's pretty.
Please log off and log in again. Sorry about that. There's a noise from your side.
the background noise is finished now. I think it was maybe something was on. Okay. The background noise is finished now. I think it was maybe something was on. Okay, thank you so much if you just joined us. We're going to play a short video on
Oliver, you're listening to another gadget on the other side. Check your mobile and anything else that is off. You're listening to talking at the same time. Get out. Oliver, you're listening to another gadget on the other side. Check your mobile and anything else that is off. You're listening to talking at
Okay. Thank you so much if you just joined us. Sorry for some technical glitches. We're going to play a short video about the upcoming conference that will take place in person here in Cape Town, South Africa, from the 25th, the 26th of November 2021. And after that, we will have the next topic, which will be on innovation and intellectual property by Dr. Alexander Minza as well as Dr. Abrokwa. So I will call Joy to play a short video on the upcoming conference. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please welcome back. If you've just joined us, this is our 8th edition of the African Entrepreneurs Conference, hosted by the African Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center in collaboration with the Africa Women in Trade. So our next topic will be innovation and intellectual property. And I would like to welcome our two speakers. The first speaker that will be speaking right now will be Dr. Alex Anim Mensah, who is the president of I2I Mega Hub, which is an organization that focuses on harnessing ideas to take them to the globe. As you know, one of the biggest challenges is that for African entrepreneurs to be able to help them to grow, to become multinationals. As I always mention that, imagine America without Ford or Google or Facebook. So without wasting much time, please welcome Dr. Alex Anim for your presentation. Over to you, Dr. Alex. You are muted, so Joy, can you please unmute Dr. Alex?
Can you hear me?
Hear you now.
Yeah, can you see my slides? Oliver, can you see my slides?
We can see your slides, but can you make your slides bigger? Joy, can you see Dr. Alex's slides? Okay, I can see, but it's a little bit smaller. Is it fine?
Everything is fine.
Okay, Dr. Alex, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. It's 5 a.m. where I am now, and I have the privilege to be presenting along with Dr. Jonathan Abrokwa. I don't know if he's on here, but he will join me anytime during this presentation. And as Oliver mentioned, this is about intellectual property and importance for Africa's industrialization and competitiveness. Anybody on this earth, definitely, if you really want to develop, IP is one of the tools one have to consider. So, as he already mentioned, I'm with I2I Mega Hub and currently the president. And I'll go ahead and give a little information about the outline. I'll give us a little teaser because all that we are trying to do is to promote development. So, how can you take your idea into businesses? And what is an idea by itself? And how can you, in a better way, take viable ideas and grow them into business? There are so many ideas, but out of the ideas, there's viable ideas. It is the viable ideas which can take you where you want to go. And here we have the background, we have some introduction, why intellectual property and about intellectual property. I think this will give us some little information for us to get into a little detail about intellectual property. You've heard about this, and you know after is trying to do something in this space. Also, I will tell us the differences or the different types of intellectual property across Africa and how it presents itself several challenges. And what inventors in Africa also face, and what AFTA is planning to do in this space about patent. Patent is a form of intellectual property, so I'll share the different types of intellectual property and then narrow down to patent, because patents are the bigger part of IP or intellectual property, and they make the most money. But even within the patent itself, there are different types of patents, which I will share with us. And there's something called strong patents. There are weak ones and there are strong ones. We all want to go for the strong one, which I'll throw some light on that. And then some takeaway, and then we'll just call it a day and then listen to your questions. So the teaser here is just to give you some information. You hear about industrialization. We want Africa to industrialize. We want Africa to industrialize. But what is an industry or industrialization? It's a group of companies or industries on a wider scale. And what is an industrialization comprised of? It's just basically, as we said, it's a group of industries or a number of industries which come together to form industrialization. So a group of companies that are related based on their primary business activity. So we have automobile, we have pharmaceutical, we have oil and gas. So there are different industries, which all have to be a lot of them to say Africa we are industrializing. And then in industries, when you break industries down, we have businesses, which your business, my business, everybody's business, they all come together to be part of an industry. So if you say pharmaceutical industry, there are different areas, or if you consider the value chain, there are different areas. In the pharmaceutical industry, you can have a raw material, you can have intermediate product, you can have final product. So in that respect, there are businesses in each of the value chain. And then business is born by an idea. So I have an idea and I want to produce this, I want to produce that. But once I start working on that, whatever I start producing is part of a bigger business or an industry. So an idea, as we know, is the smallest, right, unit of a business or an industry or industrialization. So with that, I would say an idea is the smallest unit of industrialization and is the first milestone in the process of building a successful business. So if you want to build a successful business, what came into mind was was an idea. And you're going to build on the idea to build a successful business. And as to say idea, they are viable ideas which work, and some ideas don't work. So hence, an idea is very valuable and need to be protected well. So if you have an idea, you don't just go by sharing with people easily, because when you share with people who have money will take it and run with it. You don't have money, you just share your idea, your information is gone. But if you have an idea, you can protect it and talk to the right people, let them sign the right documentation before you share with them. Then you can be in business or partnership with that person so that you can also benefit on your idea. So an idea which is not executed is meaningless. And in Africa, we talk about industrialization, development, without properly harnessing and protecting the very idea that was going to build the industry for us. And there got to be a way. And that's where we are here. I2I is to empower the masses to be able to take their ideas to the next level, way that they can drive it themselves. And then as you look at Africa, Africa has a lot of untapped markets or untapped ideas. I mean, the difficulty is trying to screen them for the better ones and converting them into sustainable business. And maybe that could be reason that we haven't still been able to get to where we are. But I2I is here to be able to help us take your idea, screen out for the viable ones, and then develop them into what? Good businesses. The difficulty here is people able to take your idea to business. Sometimes it costs a lot of money. Sometimes it costs a lot of time, but we've been able to kind of simplify it a little bit that we can look at your idea and be able to tell you it will fly or not fly. Or maybe if it will fly, this is the area that it will fly. And with that, you have to go through a lot of processes to be able to do this. But you need people to help you. You need the right people. You need the right tools. Maybe you know how to do it, but we always say unity is strength. And I think when you talk to some people or the right people, we can help you make strides when it comes to this. So this is just to give you a little teaser for you to know that the idea you have in your mind is really, really, really valuable, that you don't go about sharing it. You have to share with the right people. And that's all I wanted to share with us. And through these processes, you have to protect your idea. And that's why intellectual property is very important. And that's why it's very important for you, for your business, and very important for Africa itself. So with that, I'll start with the background here. We've heard about IP, intellectual property, but it's something new. You know, um, I mean, why is it not popular also in Africa? It's for varied reasons, because that wasn't part of how we operate. And there are many opportunities when it comes to well pursuing intellectual property. And then there are also challenges. It's like anywhere, anytime there are challenges, there are opportunities, and anywhere there are opportunities, there are challenges. You know, it's like going to mine for gold. You get the gold ore, but they are what? You don't get the gold. It's an ore. You have to separate the gold from the rest. So that's the same thing. You have to be able to separate, I mean, whatever it is from to get your objective. So despite its complicated nature, right? When you pursue it, the benefits are far outweigh the challenges or the benefits are far outweigh, the effort that you put in. And that's why AFTA is looking to pursue this, because you don't want to be in your country and you have an idea that you've protected and someone is importing the same thing into your country. Your patents have to prevent the person from doing that. And then with that, we are trying to provide a little education in this space so that you can understand the benefit that you have in this space, the challenges, and your rights when it comes to intellectual property, so that you can grow your business properly, and then you can know the intricacies involved in this. So I'll give a little introduction. My introduction is more of questions. Have you thought about the importance of intellectual property and how it can position your business competitively? Because it can position your business. The question you have in your mind could be how, where, but we'll go through that. Another thing, have you talked about Africa having a unified or harmonized intellectual property organization, and then the enforcement is there? Currently, even if you file a patent and you are even it covers the whole of Africa, if someone is pursuing it in another country, there's no enforcement. So it makes your patent not actually achieving its aim. That's why maybe people could be keeping their ideas to themselves without filing them. Also, another thing could be the pricing or the price involved or the cost involved. So, do we, as well as other Africans, reap expectedly on our inventions? Let's say you come up with something, do you reap anything on it? The next moment you see people copying, people copy anyhow, anywhere, because there's no law to protect you from pursuing against them to not to copy your idea. Everybody copy. And is your business planning to grow organically or you're planning to grow inorganically? So if you're trying to grow organically, that means that whatever you are doing, you're trying to expand to so many areas. You're trying to go into new markets. You're trying to come up with new ideas the way that you can sell. That's organic growth. Or do you want to purchase more companies? I'm going to purchase this company. When I purchase you, it's an inorganic growth. That's merger and acquisition, and then grow that. Or whatever you do, if you understand IP or intellectual property, you can always tap it to make a difference. Anything you do, you have to open your eyes and then understand, what can I get out of this and how can I protect that idea? And this, Africa is coming to speed on this. Another thing is, why intellectual property? Why are we trying to do intellectual property? If you have been able to you have the right that I've come up with this idea and I'm the only person going to pursue it for some number of years, is that not going to tell or drive people to produce more of that? Because I'm going to have, maybe for some time, I'm the only person producing this and nobody can import this into Africa or import this into wherever my patent cover. So without those kind of things, people will continue to copy, and then you will see that at the end of the day, I feel like I'm not benefiting from my idea, and I will not be focusing on innovation to come up with more ideas. So that's going to affect research and development and how to develop new ideas. And patents are very important, because if I have the right that I'm the only person going to produce this or import this into a country for some number of years, that's going to drive a lot of economic activities. Though it's a monopoly, but it's a short-time monopoly. That's the trick. Government don't want you to monopolize, but in this case, it's trying to get you to monopolize, because they are giving you a right for some time. And in turn, you have to publish the information so that someone can look at it and build upon that. So it has multiple effects when it comes to that. So owning an intellectual property helps you protect it from others using something identical. If someone is importing something identical, and you have intellectual property, you can distinguish yours from the person by way of using a logo, or by way of publishing your information in a way that you have the right, such a way that the person doesn't have to infringe on yours. If the person infringe on yours or copy something from you, you take the person to court and you sue for damages. Damages could be telling the person to stop. And if the person have already sold something, related to yours, you can be given the chance to reap from the person whatever he or she has sold. It all goes through negotiation. And I remember when I was a young guy, I used to have so many questions. I didn't really understood this. And I was trying to come up with a new idea, but I didn't understand this. Who will help me? Where is the money? What can I do? So, the question was, what is this intellectual property that I've heard about? What does it do? Are there different types? How can I get someone to help me? I have a very good idea, but I don't have the resources. I don't know who can help me. Is it worth the effort after learning a little about it? Is it a valuable one? Because sometimes you don't just file a patent. You really want to know that is it valuable? And there are ways to look at them if they are valuable. Is there a need for that? Can I solve a problem which I'm the only person? And even how long is a patent or is an IP? And I mean, and where is it valid? Because sometimes if you don't apply it, or if you don't secure it across so many areas, then people somebody will be doing it somewhere. So you have to look at, this is a tool for competitiveness. This is a business tool. So where am I going to file it? Am I going to file only in Ghana, or am I going to file only in Nigeria? But what's the population? Where's the big market? Where should I file this? Another thing is all ideas patentable? An idea itself might not be patentable, but if you're able to reduce the idea to something practical or something that can use that, then the idea can be patentable, because the idea is considered more like you haven't manifested the idea physically or practically. How do you want to say you can want to file a patent? But that's how you get to learn a little about that. And can someone in another country cover my country under a patent? Yes, some patents can be filed to include your country if you don't file. So you'll be in your country and you have a new idea, but you can't do anything to the idea because someone have seen that idea somewhere and have applied it across the world. In that case, you can't do anything about it. So it's very important we have to start filing our own patent to secure some of the things in our country, or else you'll be certain and you have no control. And also, as I mentioned, there's a weak and a strong IP. If you have a weak IP, that means that people even infringe and you take them to court, nothing will happen because your patent is not strong. It's not kind of specific enough that they can compare anything to it. It's just vague. So that's very important. It's not just having a patent, it's having the right person to walk you through to have a strong patent. In that case, you can prevent a lot of people. And why do governments create them? I just mentioned about this. They create them because for economic reasons. They create them because they want you to share the details of the idea that you have, which will be published such a way that people can build upon that for development. So whilst you've been given some time to pursue just that on your own, people, when your patent expires, people can also look at that and build upon that. That's why we have generic medicine. When the medicine come out for the first time, the person who came out with it have the right to pursue that for some time. And after it's expired, anybody can come in and make the different variations of them. And that's what we call generic medicine. Other than that, most of the medicines that we buy around, we can't pay for that because it could be expensive, the original ones. And can I make money out of intellectual property? Yes. Some people, knowing the trends, can say that this is a good idea. I'm going to file it, but I'm not going to actually build a factory on it or pursue it. I'm going to file it and then sell it to someone. And sometimes when you sell it, it's a lot of money. Sometimes I can say that I'm going to license it to a company, and I'll say that every 1,000 that you produce, I need 100 of that. You can get that until the patent expires. So there's some good news in this, that any idea you have, you need to bounce it off the right people, not to get it missing. Another thing is some general information about intellectual property. Um, IP awareness is necessary for Africa's development, given the numerous benefits, and it's also an untapped market. It drives economic growth and job creation if well pursued. And also, businesses that embraces IP rights tend to do better than those that do not. And then IP rights support the process of bringing a new product to the marketplace. So now I have the right that I can be the only person that can pursue this. Another thing could be, if I come up with a new idea, I'm the only person going to enjoy this or pursue this for some time. So that means that new products will come to the marketplace, because now if the products are able to come to the marketplace, I can enjoy on that. So it could be a service, it could be a product, it could be anything. So far as it's original and you have the right to do that. Another thing is, um, if you look at some times back, or I don't know about now, there are a lot of counterfeit products on the market. And if people release their music, people copy them easily. But with IP, if you copy them and you are held responsible, you'll be held responsible for copying. Nobody can bring counterfeit products to the market. Look at the word Sonny and Sony. I remember when I was a kid, Sony was a very good product. But people will come out with another one, Sony, the same pronunciation, but double N. They are trying to kind of mimic some kind of that. It might not be the actual product, but it's something close. If you look, if it's being look at on the point of intellectual property, depending on the strength of who came out with that patent, it can be argued against, and then that person might stop. And also, the counterfeit product, it might not be of quality. I've seen people making all kinds of wine, all kinds of products in their kitchen, and they put nice stickers on them as if it was original company. Intellectual property could prevent that. So if you have a logo and your logo is well registered and someone is trying to copy your logo, you can take the person to court and that can resolve that issue. The person can even go to jail if the person is copying. And of all, it provides you with a temporary monopoly, as I mentioned about. Temporary monopoly is I've been able to put in money to develop something to some point, and now it's on the market. Please look at how much money I've put in, how much effort. So we are going to give you some time to sell your product for some number of years, reap your investment, and then with profit. And after that, this thing will be available for everybody to copy because they can't give you indefinite monopoly. That's not the right way to go about with it. And then we believe that when IP system come into existence, it's going to help African innovators, creators also enjoy. And once they enjoy, what is going to happen? It's going to build wealth and it's going to create wealth and then retain it in Africa for people to also kind of have money to support Africa to grow. And we've mentioned about intellectual property. What is it? And what are the types? So basically, anything that comes from the mind is considered an intellectual property. But once it comes out, you have to check, has someone already thought about that? If someone has already thought about that and it's published and it's already available in the public domain, when you search, you can file for that. Also, if it's a discovery, you can file for that. So people who come out with artistic drawing, come out with music, symbols, names, images, they will be getting the chance to pursue them if it's original. And another thing is, it's protected by law. It's a law, and government creates them. And examples include a patent, copyright, trademark, service mark. They are different trade dress. There are different types of them, which we will learn about that today. And as you could see, the circles on below, they are trademarks, patents. They are different. Anything that you do, it's always very important to ask if you have the right people. And I can always be a resource in case you want to know something. I can explain it detail to you so the way that you know what to do about this. And also, by striking, because if you come out, the last point is if you come out with a new idea and you are given some time to sell it, before it expires, chances are because you are having the monopoly, there's people will tend to increase the price because I'm the only person selling it. No, they want to make it in such a way that there's a balance between your interest and the wider public. Because if you sell it and it's too expensive, let's say if it's a medicine or a drug and it's too expensive, people who need it cannot buy it because it's expensive. So does that mean they are going to die? So you have to do it in such a way that the public can also benefit, meaning that you're not going to overcharge to be a rich person overnight. That the law can come in and make sure that you are not overcharging people. So there's always a balance to make sure that though it's going to benefit everybody or the public, but they have to make sure that it doesn't go a long way to overcharge them. So there's always a balance, such a way that everybody wins. And these are the types of intellectual property. You heard about trade secrets, you heard about trademarks, you heard about copyright, you heard about patents. At least these are the four different types. But in this, there could be different types also. But I'm going to share just a little about this for us to learn a little bit. You heard about trade secrets. You don't file for trade secrets. So when you have a business, the way you go about with things could be different from some people. So if you have employees, sometimes you have to make sure that some of the key things doesn't get into wrong hands. Some of the information doesn't get into wrong hands. Other than that, the person can take the information, start their own company, or sell it to a competitor. And this is how your company have been operating for some time, and that thing is kept as a secret in the company. So what people do in this case is to anybody joining the company, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement that when you even leave this company, you're not going to share the idea with anybody. In that case, they know they are not going to share the idea with anybody. And that's very important. It could be your strategy of doing things. It could be some things that you've compiled over the years, which you haven't published, nobody knows it. People having access to that, you have to let them know that, hey, if you take this thing anywhere, it's against the law, and this is what you've signed, that you're not going to take anything anywhere. That will prevent some of the core information that you have, which is original to your business, from getting into the road. Other than that, people can copy that and sell to people, which it will be at a loss to you. So these are some things that you have to look out for nobody to copy. Another thing is trademark. We all know trademark. When you see the Apple over there, straight away you know it's an Apple product, iPhone, Apple computers. I mean, so it could be slogan. So you've seen a lot of this around. Another thing is once you file for a trademark, people can look at that mark and know that this is a company. It can identify different companies just by looking at the sign. And sometimes it includes the color, the taste, and the smell. It's a trademark. So if you make product that smells like someone's product, they can come up after you. If the color, like there was, I think Louis Vuitton came out with a shoe, or ladies' shoe, which the underside was red. That red color, they were the first people to do that, and that distinguished them from others. You know what happened? You copy that, they will come after you. There was a lawsuit, and they were able to win that they were the first people to come out with that shoe with the underside being red. So there are several things you can do and prevent people from tapping into that, because the idea came to you and you're able to make it. So people see the sign and they identify your business. The same thing. While trademark is referring to goods and products, service mark is referring to service. You know about Impenza. When you see that sign, green sign, clearly you know that it's Impenza, which offering what services to send money here and there. So it's very important that if you have your business, you can have a service mark for people to really remember about that. Another thing is copyright. You struggle to come up with the music and people copy them easily in Africa. I'm going to bend this for you, bend that for you, and then you end up not even having anything in hand. So it's very important that you have a copyright and nobody can really steal from you, because people will copy. Though you might not find the people, when you catch one person and take him to court, it's going to serve as an scapegoat. And then we have the ultimate, the patent. You hear about when someone says IP, what comes to mind is patents. What comes to mind again is intellectual property, is invention. Oh, I'm an inventor, I have a patent. Why? Most of the time, I think patent consists of about 90% of intellectual property. And that's the most expensive to get, the most effort to get, but that makes the most money. There are 4 different types, which I'll share with us briefly. The first type is what is called, because it's the strongest form of patent, and it's short-lived. It's normally very short time, and it's the most expensive, makes most money, very difficult to get. You have to do a lot of things that you come to realize. The different types is utility patent. The word utility is something which is being used. Patent describing how to use something. It should be original, it should be functional, and it should be what? Utility, useful. And there's another one called design patent, which we will explain. And we have a plant patent, like there are special plants that you can claim patent for that. And another one, the last one, is called utility model patent. Some are available depending on where it is or where you find yourself in the world. We'll go through that to get you an idea. I mean, you might not be able to understand many things, but I think at least hearing it today will help you to think about, what should I do next? Should I contact Oliver or to tell me a little about this, or who? Should I go to YouTube? I want to understand this in detail. And then we can unpack, pick each one of them one by one to be able to delve deeper and see how it applies to your business and how you can tap into this to make a difference. But knowing it is very important. So there are different types of patents that I share with us. We have the utility patent that talks about functional aspects. Functional means the thing is working, like you design a machine, you design something which is working. Another one is the design patent, which is how the thing looks ornamental. So normally I've seen the design patent being applied to manufactured goods. When you come out with an engine, the way the engine looks, you can file a patent even on just the looks. And you can also file a patent just on how the thing operates too. So if someone infringes, meaning that if the person makes or use or offer or sell or import, then the person has infringed you. That means you can take the person to court and you have to register if you come out with this, and you have the right for this for 20 years before it expires, and it's expensive to get. The design one, if someone is similar, if someone makes that, use that, offer that, offer sale or import, like I can give an example, iPhone, and then is it Samsung? There was once a time they went to a court because iPhone was claiming that their phone, Samsung have copied the looks. So they have to go to court and they have to decide who has infringed who. And when you win, it's a lot of money because the person have copied from you. You do that to prevent anybody from copying whatever you've toiled to come out with. And that's the important part of patents. We have trademarks. Trademarks, when I see trademarks, it's related to my business. And do I need to register? They said optional. You can register it or not register it. But potentially, you can have it, indefinite, so far as you are using it. And it's inexpensive in case you want to file. And then copyright is people who make music, write books. I mean, you can only infringe it when you copy it. I know in Africa, we take people's book and make photocopy. You can be held liable for that. You don't have to copy. And can I register it? It's optional. You can choose to register or you can choose not to register. And how long will I have the right to this? It's life plus 70 years. So if you will live for 50 years, that's it will be applicable. Plus 70 years after you are gone, so that your family can reap on that. So it's your life plus 70 years, which this kind of authorship or music that you come out with can be applicable. You hear about, oh, Marvin Gaye's music, Marvin Gaye is gone, but the family is benefiting for that. They have 70 years from the time he died to enjoy these privileges. So even if you come out with something, you have copyright, know that your family will have to benefit, or whoever you sign an agreement, it could be the director of the music or the person, the producer. It depends on how you go about with this. And as I mentioned, trade secret is information. If someone pick your information and use it wrongly, you can sue that person. You don't need to register that. And so far as you keep it secret, what happens? Nobody can take it away. So people coming to work with you, when you have something which is special, make sure you tell them, or make sure you have trustworthy people who can actually get the core of your business. Or else, or whatever it is, you can't trust anybody. Let them sign an NDA or a CDA or non-compete agreement. There are two of them. NDA, that means non-disclosure. You can't disclose to anybody. And then you have non-compete agreement that when you even live here, you're not going to do something similar to this, because, or you can do something that you're not going to copy my idea and then replicate it somewhere without me knowing. And that's very important. And importance of intellectual property is going to foster innovation. Without protection, you might not reap well on your inventions. Um, Artists might not be compensated. Now there's if I don't know if you know about this cryptocurrency. There's something called NFTs, which is non-fungible tokens. They are coming out live, and then some of these artists have the chance to put their product there, and they are earning a lot. But it's well protected in terms of when it comes to patents. So it's always very important to have a group of people you can bounce off your idea with this. Um, Another thing is company use this strategically to develop, because if I file a patent, nobody can copy. I can earn a lot of income. I can have more money to what? Improve on the services. Oliver, is Dr. Brockwell here because he has to come in and also take part of the presentation. So let me know when you see him. And also, it helps company to get more money and to position you.
Yes, he's here.
Okay.
He's
So
on the
Dr.
stage with you. He just need to unmute, but we can't see him very clearly.
Okay. So I think when I get some portion, Dr. Brockwell will come in and then he will share with us. So company do this to maintain competitive edge. And it's also very important that you protect your idea from anybody stealing it. Other than that, someone will pick it and do better than you. And it helps you to be in a position. If you're going to an investor and you tell the investor that, hey, I have patents, they will be willing to give you money to protect their idea. But sometimes they don't know the different kinds of patents. So you can file any of the easy ones and then show to them that, hey, I have a patent. You won't say it's a design patent, I have a patent. And they will say, really? So that means that we've secured something, then we'll put our money in to grow the business together. So it's a tool that can be useful for negotiation. Some advantages is it creates a monopoly. That means you are the only person who can do that. You can only ship it in. You can do whatever you want to do with it for some limited time, and it promotes and encourages useful products, benefits to the public. You know, they will enjoy it. They also get the chance to look at the publication and then build upon that. You know, you have been given the patent, so you have to make the information known to everybody for some number of years. You'll be enjoying that. But once it expires, the public can always come in, look the idea, and then develop more on the idea. In that case, it's going to benefit more people to develop more ideas to get more money, and also the country is also going to benefit because people have tapped into that. Disadvantage is if the government or society doesn't look at it closely, people can overcharge, and sometimes the cost by lawyers could be so high that it might drive the prices up, and also it can harm the consumer because the prices are very high that they can afford, and they can also discourage business innovation. That's why it's always very important to balance it with the society. And some importance of patent, which is well known, is it can block, nobody can do anything. You can block any competitor from coming in because you file a patent, so there's no competition. You can also defend an area that you want to develop in the future, that I'm going to file this patent and nobody should get into that area because I'm going to get there in 2 years. And also, you can get money from that. Your company will reap on that. And also, you reduce the number of competitors and it provides strong positioning for your company. So, we've talked about intellectual property. And then we're talking about Africa now. Africa, we have different intellectual properties systems which the countries belongs to. That makes it very complicated that if you want to cover Africa with your patent, you have to file it in so many areas. But even if after filing it in all the areas, there's nothing called enforcement. Nobody's enforcing it. So it's like you've thrown your money away because nobody's going to enforce it for you. That makes it very difficult to tap into the African market. So there's a national system and there's a regional system. National system is a country has a patent system by itself, and regional system is comprised of so many countries. They decide to come together and then form a patenting system. We have one that we all know. We have the ARIPO, which Ghana is part of it, and there are about 17 countries in this. And we have the French-speaking country one, which is OAPI, which is which is African Intellectual Property Organization, mainly for the Francophone countries. So these two comprise of the 65% of all the countries in Africa. And then we have the national system, which the commonest one is South Africa as national system. And there are other countries which have these national systems. The advantages and disadvantages in the ARIPO, when you file in one country, it covers all the 17 countries. In the French-speaking one, when you file in one, it covers all the other countries which is under that system. But when you go to the national system, it's just the country, you know. So if you look at Africa, see how the different intellectual property bodies are. Look at the colors. It's all over. And that makes it very complicated to do this because if you want to capture the Nigerian market, you look at the green, it's on the AOP, Cameroon market or the green market. When you file on the AOPI, those are the ones you're going to have. If you file in the ARIPO, which is a red, those are the ones you're going to have. So to be able to cover the whole of Africa, you have to file the different ones, and that is a lot of money. And the question becomes, will I even reap if I apply in all these things? Who is my watchdog going to watch such a way that nobody brings it in? And that brings to the reason why AFTA is trying to make sure that this is instituted and countries can make sure countries who are joining can be a watchdog. Like if you are importing something which is in the ARIPO system, you can import, nobody can import into that countries on the ARIPO. And this is just to share with us that if you look at the number of patents, look at South Africa on the left. Just in 2015, they filed how many? 58,624. Look at the very year, 2018, 73,000. But if you come to other countries, look at Ghana, patent that very year, they filed only 4. Look at Botswana and look at the trademarks, all broken down. But why? What is driving such a way that South Africa can apply for more, but other countries can get more? Look at on the right, the chart over there. The ZA is South Africa. The cost of filing for a patent and maintaining a patent, look at it, it's almost 5,000, not expensive. Look at AO. AO is just the French-speaking country one. Look at how much, 30,000. And look at the AP, which is ARIPO, which is over 35,000. That clearly explains that people in South Africa will have more patents because it's easier or it's cheaper to apply. So sometimes I'm thinking that ARIPO and OAPI should bring their prices down such that most people can apply. But you don't just apply, you have to make sense with your patent, because if you apply, it takes money. But if the patent is not making you any money, why do you apply? So that's why they are valuable patents. You have to file for a valuable one so the way that you can have some money coming in to be able to pay for that. With this, Dr. Brokwa, can you take over this portion?
Let me see here. Let me unmute.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. It has been unmuted, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So basically,
Dr. sorry.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Dr. Brokwa, your video is green. Kindly put your video off, please.
Oh, okay.
Because we can't see you. But just put your video off before you start. Okay, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. As Dr. Nim had mentioned, we went through the slides on the left side. Okay, the utility patent, design patent, and so on. The cost of a patent is broken up into a number of processes. But first of all, okay, if you look at the top right, okay, when you compare the South Africa versus the OA and the AP, okay, this is broken up, and you can see here, okay, just a simple filing. There's the filing, there's the examination, there's a prosecution, and there's a granting, and then annuities. Annuities are basically yearly what you need to pay over time. And you can see that the South Africa system is much cheaper than the OA and the AP. Okay, so certainly this will be a bottleneck, for most people in Africa. And the slide below compares different areas, also different countries: Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Peru, under the same criteria. The filing, the examination, the prosecution, when it's granted, and then the annual payments, okay, to hold the patent. And you can see that other countries, particularly South American countries, are also reasonably high, but definitely not as high as Africa. Okay, and then when you compare other jurisdictions like USA, the USA is fairly similar to South Africa, and in some areas like China, Germany, and Japan, it's even less. Okay, so obviously, you know that there's going to be a lot of patents filed in these other countries. Okay, so next. Okay, so Giant, Dr. Alex, can you continue on this here?
Okay, I'll continue, and then maybe I think the next one. So the IP system across Africa, as I mentioned, there's a marked differences. You know, we have the ARIPO, and then we have the AOPI, and then we have the countries with the systems, their own systems. So as I mentioned, the prices are different. And also, sadly, even if you file a patent, you cannot cover the whole of Africa, and you have to enforce it. And who is going to enforce it? So already it costs a lot of money, and enforcement is not there, and there's no harmonization. If you file it on the ARIPO, it's not recognized on the AOPI. It's not recognized on the OAPI. If you file it in national, it's not recognized over there. So, I mean, there's a lot of confusion, and after is trying to see if they can harmonize this. But even if they harmonize, they have to make sure that they have what an enforcement system to make sure that the harmonization goes with enforcement. Other than that, it was still the same problem. Harmonization means that it could be recognized everywhere, but the enforcement is the important part. So, what are some of the issues faced by African inventors in Africa? I would say so. Little knowledge on IP. I mean, so we have to create an awareness and education. People don't know much about it. The IP laws are not enforceable. So even if you waste your time on it, it might not materialize unless you keep it more like a trade secret, or you are in a country such as South Africa or some countries which have strong systems. That means you can always recover in that country, but you can't recover over a larger area even if you apply to cover more area. And as I said, the multi-IP system will lacks harmonization and limit IP coverage. You know, lack of robust system and support institution. Even for trying to find the right person is a difficult thing to walk you through this, because what you've talked about, it looks like what are they talking about, right? It's a new area, or it's an area that you really need to understand it. I mean, and it costs a lot of money, and the problem is people can afford it. And as Dr. Brockwell pointed out, it's expensive in Africa comparing to the rest of the world. Why is it expensive in Africa? Whilst we are trying to grow, people don't have the money, but it's expensive. While other places is inexpensive. And even in Africa, after paying all this money, we don't have the enforcement system to reap your money back. So those are questions which is hanging that need to be talked about. So we heard about intellectual property in the AFTA program or protocol, which you could see was circled red. It's very important because you are doing business. If you are doing business, you need to protect other things. If I have an invention and I'm protected in that country, or I'm protected in Africa, you can't import anything from anywhere into the country because of trade. And you have to proceed with some kind of caution when it comes to this intellectual property. So it's a very good thing that is being considered on the AFTA. So I think this is just to drill down on patents. Dr. Abroka, do you want to take this, or do you want me to continue?
Yeah, just continue.
Okay. So this is, we've talked about intellectual property, and we are coming now to the patent side of it. You know, we heard about patent, and I mentioned that is the strongest form of IP. However, it's short-lived. It's for a short time. It makes the most money. It's most expensive to apply for. It takes time. It takes energy, and it's hard to get. There are different types. The commonest one, if someone has a patent, is called a utility patent. You have 20 years when you get the patent. So if I apply for it today, I mean, the clock start ticking for 20 years. So you have to, when you are about to apply, you have to get everything right before you start to apply. It's first come, first serve. If you tell someone your idea and the person files it, the person gets it. The person keeps it. It's not for you. It's for that person, though it's your idea. And it protects function, how something works, not the expression in terms of how it looks. And we have the design patent. That one protects how it looks, the ornamental looks. Like if I remember, was it Acura or something came out with a car, or Lexus? Is it Lexus? It came out with a car that looks like a Benz. So Benz looked at it and said, "No, this car looks like a Benz." People mistaking that for a Benz, so it became a lawsuit. So they went to the court because the appearance were similar. People don't want you to mistaken our design for your design, such a way that you can take some of our customers from us. People buying cars, they look at the design sometimes and buy it. So why is your design looking like mine? So it went to the court. The court has to make a decision. Another one is the utility patent. Those are minor patents. I mean, mostly in the in China and Europe, they do that. And then there's another one called plant patent. They are special plants that cannot self-replicate, that unconsciously you can develop them. And when they come out, you can file a patent on that. A plant which cannot replicate itself. And then the right side is just to explain some little things. Utility patent means how it works or how it stores the ink. And then utility model patent, for instance, is when I hold the pen, it feels so good. That's a little patent, the grip. You can file a patent on it. And the design patent is how it looks. Or it could be like a small clip on the pen. Look at how the clip looks and feels. So you can file a patent even just on the look. So for a particular product, you can file so many things on it, depending on where you are, so that nobody can come in and then if you didn't protect the look, someone comes in and protect the looks and then takes your market from you. People buy things based on different reasons. People buy it based on the functioning. People buy it because of the look. People buy it because of the feel. So you want to be able to protect all this to be able to retain all your customers. So Dr. Bokwa, do you want to take this one?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, the slide shows you what we can and cannot patent. Okay. And as we read from here, patent protect functions, products, and processes. Okay. Business processes can be patented, and it's about the how. Discovery patents cannot be patented. In other words, you cannot just have a blue sky idea that is abstract, that you cannot patent that. Okay, for an idea or concept, it is implementation into a product, device, processes that makes it patented. Like a new machine or prototype needs to be demonstrated. Okay, that it actually does function. Okay, to get the full patent. A narrowly defined function is close to an idea or concept. And a patent cannot be issued if invention is already in the public or on sale or public use. So it's very, very essential that as you come up with your idea, you do not really publish it. Once it's published, you cannot really patent it. You need to file the patent before it's in the public domain, as we mentioned. People YouTubing their valuable ideas need to be very, very mindful, as Dr. Anim mentioned. Okay, and on the right side, there are engineering design processes. Shows what phase do you really patent, and usually you go through the cycle of the slide is a little bit too difficult to see, Dr. Nim, but when you've gone through the initial design phases, the processing and then prototyping, at that point, you can file the patent. And, in other words, you've demonstrated that the idea actually works. Okay, you can have an idea that eventually doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, then you cannot patent it. Okay. The bottom slide shows the patent cost by idea type. Okay, for fairly simple ones, it's cheaper, and for complex ones, it can be more. As mentioned, there are several parts of a patent that can be, particular idea can be split into multiple patents. Okay, that's why the complexity comes here, and you can get actually multiple patents from a particular idea. Okay, you can get 2 or 3 patents if it's split up into the different components as far as the utility, the design, and so on and so forth. Okay, all right.
So this is a requirement. Dr. Rocker, do you want to do this requirement?
Yeah, okay. Basically, for utility patents, it has to be novel. Of course, it has to be useful. It has to be non-obvious. A design patent also is novel, original, and ornamental. In the case of a design patent, sometimes you go through the design processes and show in a simulation, the design of the particular item, and you can exercise that, the idea may work from the design point of view. Okay. And even with that, it's possible to get a patent out of that. Okay. So most IPs patents are on first to file basis, essentially. Know who you share your ideas or info with, and sure, contact a lawyer. There are patent lawyers out there. Most companies work with patent lawyers. And if you are just, on your own small business, there are lawyers out there that you can seek to, file your patents. You do a non-disclosure agreement with them, and the lawyers can help you go through the processes of the patent. One of the things that is done is a very good patent search, okay, on the particular idea. And when you do the patent search, for example, USPTO or any of those, in the case of Africa, the OA and the other areas, ZA, it do a thorough patent search with certain criteria to see if your idea has already been patented or not. And if not, then you can proceed with, the lawyer would let you know to proceed. Okay, steps in obtaining the utility patents during the patent lifetime. Number one is obtaining a provisional patent. Okay, yeah, this could be skipped. File formal or non-provisional patent application, usually about 1 year. Navigate the patent review and appeal process, roughly about 3 years on the average. Going to court anytime during the process. This is if people have infringed, on your patents. But some patents, once they are filed, can take maybe roughly maybe 2 years to get a patent. And if they are really very, very novel, it's possible that a patent can come out in 1 year. But sometimes, it takes maybe 3 to 4 years before a patent is fully, accepted and issued. Okay, next.
So
Okay.
this is more of growing your business. Company need to realize that patents are business tools that might be designed to achieve business goals, because you have to you look at the process. It takes a lot of energy. So if the patent that you are fighting for is not going to give you anything, why are you going to chase it? So you have to design the patent in such a way that it's going to be a business tool. At the end of the day, you are going to recover something from that. The patenting process should be driven by business perspective, but not by technical side. Most technical people would like to file a patent which might not make business sense. So you have to look out for that and make sure that what I'm filing actually has a business sense to that. It's going to drive me business. Too often, the technical side drives corporate patent decision with insufficient or no business input. So business input is very important. Another thing is, if you don't file a very good patent, it might not be nothing. It might not be able to catch anything, or people can infringe it and you can't defend yourself. That makes the patent what? Not a strong one, which you have to look out for very well. Patents should block competitors from offering features that are critical to the competition. So you have your product or your idea and someone is trying to copy, your patent should be strong enough that it can prevent people from copying that. And oftentimes, if you don't bring the business part of it to it, you might end up not having a strong patent. And then It's a very good secret. I mean, first secret to building a powerful business is what? Getting a very good patent and getting a patent strategist who will work with your team to make sure that it achieves business goals. As we said, you make a lot of money from it, and you also know that you have to put in a lot of
Sorry,
effort.
Alex.
Time is
Alex,
up.
Dr.
Okay.
Alex, we lost your PowerPoint slides. Do you want to check that?
Okay. Is it up? Is it back?
Not yet. Just a sec. Let's try again. Maybe stop and then reshare again.
I think let me do this one more time. Can you see it?
Not yet on my side. Can't see.
I'm almost at the end, so let me talk through it, and then we'll be done.
Okay. All right.
So building powerful patent is, I mean, you have to find someone who have been to the court before, a lawyer who have been to court, who knows that a patent, I mean, a patent cannot be challenged easily because patents are vulnerable, are very something that can wrong selection of words, one can bring a patent down. So you really want to know the selection of words and to be able to write this. Other than that, if you don't write it very well, I mean, someone will just pick one thing and the patent comes apart. So you need a lawyer who really understands this and have been in the courtroom. Other than that, you can have a patent which will not hold anything. So the last slide, some takeaway. IP plus strategy is competitive advantage. You can take that into consideration very well. Um, Assess the value of your IP before diving into it. You have to know that your IP or your patent is of value before you commit time and energy into that. And also consult appropriate persons, including a lawyer, if you're unsure, because the laws change over time. And there's a lot of huge benefits, or there's a lot of benefits in pursuing IP if you do it the right way. It looks as if it looks complicated, but once you get into it and you understand it, you know how to navigate this to be able to use this to yourself. Hearing it for the first time, it looks as if you are moving big mountains here. But once you start to understand it, say, oh man, this isn't anything. But just that listening to the different parts makes it look as if what is it? You can always go to the YouTube and then Google and learn a little about yourself. And with that, I'll say let's seize the opportunity and thank you for your time. I know I've gone over the time. We've gone over the time, but um, that's what we wanted to share with you. If the time is not on our side, I'm available anytime. You can contact me through Oliver, and I'll have the time to explain some of these things to you. I'm available to answer questions. Oliver, I'm done with the presentation. Or we are done with the presentation, sorry.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anim and Dr. Jonathan Abrokwa. That was a presentation on innovation and intellectual property. So we're going to have, during the panel a little bit later, we'll be able to have an opportunity for questions. For now, thank you so much, Dr. Alex and Dr. Abrokwa. Before we go to the next session, which will be presented by Joy, we will take a very short break and then we'll come back, I think, in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Dr. Anim, there is a question on the, can you see a question there? Why does it take so long to register a patent? Do you want to respond to that one?
They have to do a deep search to make sure that nobody have the same patent. And also it depends on how many people you have. And also people have already applied for a lot of patents and there's a queue already there. So that's the reason. And they have to make sure that your patent is original. It's not going to it's original. It's not going to infringe on any someone's existing patent, and that's the reason why it takes a long time, because you have to do your search very well.
Mm-hmm.
non-raw materials such as maize. Did you see that, Dr. Alex?
Can I register the packaging of my product? Yes, you
Yes,
can register
also
it.
from commonly known raw materials such as maize. So I think the main product is maize, but I think it's a byproduct of maize. I think that's what the question is.
Also, a product from commonly known raw materials, such as maize. Yes, it depends if it's original, So if nobody have made that, then you can file for that. It's a product. And such settings, when you send it in for filing, they will have to look at it. They have to. That's why it takes a long time. They have to make sure that nobody have this, and maybe the literature might not be there, but they have to do a deep search. There are tools that they use apart from going online. There are different levels of tools. Some of them are supported by AL, artificial intelligence, which goes into different search systems to be able to give you the inputs. That's why patent takes a long time, because you have to do your due diligence to make sure that nobody has that. So you can have a patent with a special product of that kind.
Okay, so we'll take a short break, and then when we return, we'll then have a presentation on African women in trade.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much. If you've just joined us, this is the 8th edition of the AIEC African Entrepreneurs Conference 2021, and also congratulations as we celebrate the Women's Month in South Africa. Before I introduce our next speaker, this is a two-day knowledge exchange conference, so you will be able to learn on how to elevate yourself and your business to the next level. So thank you so much. Our next session is going to be on Africa Women in Trade, and once again, I want to say thank you to Africa Women in Trade for our collaboration, but also for the work that we are doing in supporting women entrepreneurs as well as the youth and connecting them to the investors as well as to trade. So thank you so much once again. Joy is the CEO of Africa Women in Trade as well as Africa Women in Europe, and she is the woman behind all the great support that we are doing with the women. So without wasting much time, over to you, Joy. Please welcome.
Thank you, Oliver, for being with me today and having me the opportunity. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, today I'm delighted to be here with you because we're going to be I'll be sharing with you about exploring the strategic role of African diaspora and the Africa Continent Free Trade Area. And that's what I have been one of the ambassador of diaspora, working very closely with Africa Continent in businesses. And before that, I just thought I'd give you a video to give you an overall before I go to the main topic of today, so that you have an idea where the whole story starts, and you can also see this as well on YouTube. So I'm going to show you a clip of how African Women in Europe really work together in a way to bring up all the products and supporting our African businesses back in Africa. This will just go live now. Thank you. Yes, I'm so delighted to be here today, being a partner of AIEC, because it's all about working collaboration and partnering in where we can as diaspora. And I'm going to start with the screen sharing, and I hope you will be able to see that from this angle. If not, please, Oliver, type for me on the chat whether you can see the screen, because it seems to be an issue today with all the screens, but I hope this time it works out. So are you able to see my screen? Write to me in the chat as well, so that I can know that you can see it. So I'm going to have this as a slideshow. Let me know if you can see the screen. So exploring the strategic role of African diaspora and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is something that I want to really talk about more, and so that we can all relate to this now and also in the future. This is something that we need to really see, how can we strategically be able to explore this area as diaspora. And I can only share this with you by talking about, as African women in Europe, what we have done, and hope others can also really look into it, how they can take part. As you all know, I'm the founder of African Women in Europe and also African Women in Trade. These two organizations, one, especially the African Women in Europe, started in 2018, and the whole idea was to make sure that we are able to unite ourselves and be able to really be able to support our communities back at home. And that way, we evolved from one step to another one. And now we are specifically working with women and youth, who are our main part of connectivity. So our mission when we started, it was to reflect our image of Africa woman, creating an atmosphere where women can network, share information, support, encourage each other. And our aims were mainly to empower, support, positively affect the image of women, share information as much as possible, connect, form partnership among each other, and also organized face-to-face networking events, which included awards. And the awards were very, very, very famous, because this was a way to say, yes, we see you, we see what you're doing despite the competition in Europe, but how can we support you as well here as African women? And I think it's always bring a plus when you're supported by your own people and recognizing your work. So conferences also followed up, where we have women coming in every different cities in Europe, and we share a lot of info. So I'm going to be going through this slowly as we get to know more about how African Women in Europe, which is the mother organization of African Women in Trade, and how everybody can follow up on that concept. So we also have offer mentorship, online courses, we have an academy as well. And the best of all is, how can we invest in Africa collectively? And how we did this is something that we all have to look at the strength of diasporans. And diaspora, as you can see, we have both cultures, hence creating a unique bicultural identity. So that means that the culture I come with from Africa and the culture I find here in Europe, it can be to our advantage and our strength, and especially when it comes to marketing African products and knowing what is needed in the continent. Also, diaspora have great initiative, the organization which should work together to push the agenda that are to help, especially with the SDGs, which is the goals of development of the Africa. So this is something that we have seen that also in our network, people, individual women are also engaged with so many projects, opening schools, supporting in getting water in the organization through the NGOs that they manage to form from here. And that has also helped a lot, and we can see with statistics that diaspora are doing quite a lot in that area. And how can we now enhance it more to trade, especially where we know economic development is a strength? So the number of diasporas are increasing, and there is a need to build networking platforms more and more, like what we have African Women in Europe. There are also other networking. We need to come together because we believe in working together. They also just might know the weakness of both continents and can be the bridge to successful projects that are sustainable. So like what I'm talking about right now, the projects that we African women in trade have been able to do together with African women in Europe, it's amazing, especially where it comes to sharing knowledge. We have formed the Awe Academy, as you can see there. We also have Awe Diaspora Circle, which is a very good vehicle, which we found that in Kenya, after we decided to go back into after our 10th anniversary, how can we go back and invest in the continent? And of course, you start from where you come from. I come from Kenya, and we ended up having this platform called where we noticed the SACCO, Savings and Credit Cooperative. So with this vehicle, we've managed to register, and now as we speak, we have already registered running. We're investing. The other day, I was just sharing how much investment we have already gained within a short period of 2 months, and more members we are looking for. African women in Europe, as well as Kenyans in Europe, can jointly are welcome to join the Diaspora Circle, because we believe investing collectively, it's much better. We can do much more impact in the continent, as we have seen with the remittance that we are sending back at home is the biggest compared to the NGOs. But all this is going to consumption. How can we do it in a way that is helping? So we have seen also other circles in Kenya, for example, who are also building like hospitals and investing in properties, land together in a way that we also create generation wealth from us diaspora, because some people think in diaspora there is always manna from heaven, but we spend so much that we forget ourselves. But how can you support the continent and at the same time create generation wealth? So these processes has been quite, we can see the diaspora perspective and opportunities in Africa now, and especially after the post-pandemic period. We mentioned the organization and forming. We have seen many organizations are now coming together. Diaspora are all waking up now. There's a lot of movement with the ADDI. As we have followed, it's also a very big movement putting diaspora together. Also not only the African diaspora, also the African descent are also part of and are ready to help in the continent. Building networking platforms as well. We have seen sharing skills and knowledge. There's a lot of trainings going on. We know some of the trainings we cannot bring the concept that we have here in Europe back in the continent. We also have to listen, what do our people want on the ground, and reimagining ways of how to effectively use the remittance sent in back at home. So this is something that more and more we are seeing people getting into investments. Like today I was sharing how much investment you can make in Kenya, especially in the government bonds, the money market fund in Kenya, which don't only take Kenyans, they also take also other countries. The interest rate goes to 10%. And these are the opportunities the diaspora can also take advantage of. And this is to help the countries, the government, to build infrastructure, which is very much needed, especially when you're thinking of the new Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We want to make sure the infrastructures are ready for us to do businesses. So the African Women in Trade, it was the one that was built after the idea that we wanted to go back home. We got the Awe Circle in Kenya, but how could we do it also in other countries? So African Women in Trade is one of the examples I would like to share with you, that it is very important for us to work together as diaspora and the businesses back at home. We are specializing with women and youth. As you can see, our aim and our vision is very clear. We are following the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and we are very, very passionate about this vehicle, because we've seen a lot of positivity. And I can tell you, we are now 6 months old. There's a lot of things that have been happening since then. So our goals for the African Women in Trade was to mobilize as well, getting to know where everybody is, which countries they are in, and then creating networking platform, finding out what are their needs and the wants, especially for the entrepreneurs, how can we support, and then connecting with each other in terms of trading, in passing information, capacity building as well. This was part of the very important part that we need to train. As much as you want to present your products and services to our clients, we need to know that the products are well prepared, packaged, and also you can present the product well. So this thing is something that you're doing a lot, especially in the finance and supporting entrepreneurs. As we speak right now, we have already 10 who are already in their way of getting support with their to grow their business basically, and also to strengthen and even starting the businesses. So our objectives have always have been growing, and especially with the African women in trade. We have all these guidelines that you can see we are following. We also have to provide financial solutions and connecting investors and finders to our members, and to be part of our policy influences by sharing the government institution challenges as well as success, because we also think that policies that are being made, how can we be part of this by sharing? Are they working? Because we believe the top bottom should meet and bottom up in an area in between, to make sure that all that we are presenting is also practically and being used. So our interests are quite a big range of where areas, and we also encourage others to step into. We have agriculture, we have export, import, health, of course, finance sectors, youth programs, women programs, and manufacturing. And one that is missing here is the technology, IT technology, which is a very important tool, especially when we are working with, when I think of digital trade. We need to have the e-commerces ready. So for me, I always say we also have to work on our values when you're starting any businesses in Africa. Think of how you can build trust and relationship, because this has been very much damaged over years. I can tell you with the diaspora concept, where they have been damaged. So before we think of doing businesses, we have to build the relationship and trust, collaboration, respect, understanding each other. So this is a very important role, especially when you're dealing with, we want to work together with the diaspora as well. So when you empower a woman, of course, you empower a whole generation. So that is our biggest motto. And everybody asking when can you start? Of course, the time to start is now. Invest as well, as I mentioned, in government bonds and help to building infrastructure. Start supporting Africa businesses, web designing. There are so many of them who are web designers giving a lot of services. I myself, I have designers who have built even the African, which is just been revived right now. The African Women in Trade website is just been rebuilt, and this is all coming from the entrepreneurs in Africa. And this is something that we can use all these services to do that. We also have African market in Europe, where we can start sharing our products. How can we make sure these products reach to our to the customers? We know basically the aim of African women in trade is to make sure that we encourage intra-trade. But right now, the low-hanging fruits right now we see is that we can only start with Africa women in trade, especially here exporting outside the continent. We see in Europe, here in Europe, we are having products that we are supporting as we speak right now. Coffee Master Tea is here. We'll be coming tomorrow to talk about their product. Coffee, we are still waiting. And you can see the hitches, because they're also doing case studies, seeing how the supply chain works, especially if you're in Europe. Some of these markets have been already existing, but we need to stop sending raw materials and start encouraging to sell value added products like coffee. We don't need to sell any more green coffees. How can we sell coffee already roasted and prepared? And this is one of the products I can speak right now we are working on to make sure that we manage to bring it here in Europe. And more ideas are there, finding funding opportunities for our African businesses. We had one product that is going called Vidu Project. There's so many opportunities that are being available, but sometimes they don't reach on our women and the youth or entrepreneurs on the ground that they can benefit. Some people we don't share a lot. So our main aim, even for African women in Europe, is to make sure we share information at all time. So we are very passionate about sharing information. So make sure that you can check out on our platform. Like the other day, I was sharing about how to get funding that are going on at the moment, and also how to get also investors, not only grants. So there's so many opportunities to do that. So for me, on my side, I can just say, hop on diaspora. Opportunities are here. Entrepreneur, this is the time to talk to the diaspora. African Women in Trade is open for you anytime. You can connect us any moment. Right now, we have investment opportunity going on. We are also having market access showing at the moment, and we'll be giving you more and more updates. And this is our platform. You can always reach us. So I hope this gives us all a good overview of what we do, and I think that should be a good place to get us started. So thank you, Oliver, for this opportunity that you've given me today to share all this information, so that we can see many ways of working in the future. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much, Joy, and thank you so much for all the great support you are doing for Africa. And do they know that you'll be in Cape Town this November? So they have to join South
Well, we are
Africa.
planning on that one,
Cape
hoping
Town.
everything goes well.
Thank you. And also, if you can, Joy, kindly post the details for Africa Women in Trade on the Facebook page so that they can be able to join for those who would like to join and be part of what we are doing in building the hashtag Africa We Want. But thank you so much for the great presentation. And before we go, the next speaker, who will be Dr. Amos, who is going to talk about the business continuity post COVID-19. Joy, can we take just a quick 5 minutes break and then we will come back for the next session? add you on top now. Okay, she's gonna add you now. Okay, just a sec. Okay, you are coming in. So just a sec. So you just have to speak once I introduce you. Thank you.
Okay. So can I share my screen?
Please, before you start, you can share your screen in the meantime, and then I will introduce you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, everybody. If you just have joined us, this is our 8th edition of the African Entrepreneurs Conference, and our next topic will be business continuity during and post COVID-19. That will be presented by Dr. Amos, who is the advisory board chairman of I2I Mega Hub, which is an organization that harnesses ideas and take them to the globe. So without wasting time, please welcome Dr. Kwa. Please, over to you. So.
Thank you, Oliver. I'm good. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm grateful for the invitation, and I hope we can share ideas. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you can see.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
Share your screen.
Yes, I'm sharing it now.
Please.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh. Are you able to see it?
Not yet.
Okay, where do I share? How do I share?
So can you see on the bottom here where it says mute, stop, cam, and then share?
It's covered. Oh.
Can you see where it says share?
Yes.
And then you share, and then it's going to ask you if you want to share a window.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Please click on once you click the share.
I'm sharing my screen now.
Go again and try to share again, and then click the screen itself.
Okay.
Yes, I can see you're sharing now.
So can you see the screen now?
Yeah, we can see now you're sharing your desktop, so share the presentation. Yes, we can see that.
Can you see it now?
Okay, so Joy it's loading on our side, yes. Yes, is it possible to make it a bit bigger, or it's fine, Joy? Now you're out again.
Can you see the screen?
Now you're out again. Okay, can you click there? Can you take the screen again? Okay, yes. Now we can see this. Please go ahead.
All right. Now the topic is, what is business continuity planning? Now, business continuity planning refers to the systems and procedures that allow businesses to maintain or quickly resume operations in the event of a major disruption. Sometimes the disruption might be minor. I tell you a story. About 15 years ago, I worked for a small independent oil company in central London. We didn't have a proper backup system, so I used to carry the tapes. We had 3 sets, daily, weekly, and monthly. And I carried them to home every day. After
Dr. Sorry for the interruption. Before you go ahead, please kindly come out of hop in and then just stay on streaming on the studio.
Sorry?
Please, if you are in hop in, stop hop in and just stay in the studio.
Oh. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was saying. Until I did that until I had to travel. And when I traveled, an assistant in the office took it over. And while I was away, something happened. So eventually, we found a company that stored the data on cloud, because a consultant came to the office and said, if something happened to me, what will happen to the data? And this was data worth about $20 million. So basically, every company has to have a continuity plan. Now, essentially, business continuity is a backup plan but most companies, particularly even in the UK and Europe, most companies don't have it. And in Africa, I bet very, very few companies even think about it. But it's about prioritization of critical business activities, stabilized cash flow, financial resources to continue with operations, and to protect the company's reputation if something happens. So it is like that. The company's name, the date, name of person responsible for the plan, their email address, and then there has to be a secondary person, just in case that person goes on leave or something happens to them. So the business continuity plan should outline the procedures and instructions for staff in the event of a disaster or a disruption. That is the plan to recover. So it involves the business processes, what to do with equipment and or stock, who is responsible for what, and emergency contact details, backup arrangements for power, equipment, IT systems, and alternative locations. Some big companies actually plan with an alternative location, because if you wake up one day and suddenly there is a siege on the street of your office, how do you work? How do you satisfy your customers? There has to be a plan B for your company to continue to work. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has brought to the world the idea of working from home. And even that, you should have the facilities at home, or staff members must have the facilities to be able to log into the office to work. So you need to carry on a comprehensive assessment, risk assessment, identify the areas where the business is most vulnerable. And in this, all staff must be involved. In terms of critical facilities, you need to involve, there has to be the employees, the premises, your customers, your suppliers, your business partners, systems and processes, finances, and cash flow, especially your cash flow, then your IT and data backup system. You have to have a big data backup system just in case something happens to your data. There must be offsite storage that you can always approach. Otherwise, it's bad news. And then there was the legal compliance, your logistics. All of them, there must be backup for each item. So for a small company, the risk assessment might be limited to key areas like burglary, flooding, fire, or a critical member of staff leaving the organization suddenly. Then what happens? Large companies look at more eventualities. So the body of the business continuity plan is made up of a checklist in each of these key areas. The checklists deal with different scenarios and explain who is responsible for what and provide timescales for different tasks. Now, in doing that, you are going to collect personal details, but these must be held under the strictest confidentiality. So then you come to the write-up. Your BCP must be written in plain, easy to understand language, plain, understandable English. And you let every person involved, every staff member should know what is expected of them, their portion of it. So no jargon, no long-winded explanations, just simple sentences and bullet points. Now, when you have written it, you need to plan, you need to test the plan and make sure that everyone knows exactly what they're supposed to do in times of the disruption. Now, are there suitable workarounds if primary response options are not available? In other words, if the normal way you work suddenly is not available, are there any ways, any new ways, or any options to carry out the business? Sometimes you have manual and automated systems. Now, can they work together side by side? Can automated systems take over the manual systems as soon as something goes wrong? And sometimes you need to make sure that they work in tandem. Is it possible for the manual system to work at the same time as the automated system? Can you switch back and forth with ease? It needs to be tested. And what are the controls in place for manual systems and procedures? Now, when you have done a simulation exercise, you need to note the various problems. There might be small hiccups. So you note all of those down and go back to the plan, fill in the pages in the document, and let everybody know exactly what is happening. The implementation of the plan needs good communication. It is essential. Every member of staff must read and understand the plan before it is fully implemented, which means that it needs time to develop it and train staff for it. Now, in case something happens, the activation, an incident occurs, assess the nature and scale of the impact of the disruption. Now, if the incident has little or no impact on critical activities, then do not activate the continuity arrangements and simulation is monitored. Now, if the incident has a significant impact on critical activities, you need to activate the plan and all the other arrangements. You need to notify the relevant people, take action to manage the incident, maintain critical activities, and take action to return to business as usual. But you need lessons to take back to the plan. So that it's a cycle. You have prevention, mitigation, response, recovery, and restoration. You go around. So, how did your business manage with COVID-19 in terms of prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery? So we have the PPRR, prevention, preparedness, response, recovery. Now, although it is reasonable to conclude that we are in the response phase of COVID-19, for Africa in particular, the stages of the crisis associated with this pandemic are still picking up speed because of the spread of the new Delta variant. So it means that there is time to consider all four of the phases: prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery. So what did you do at the onset? Consider the risks that your organization could face in the months ahead, because the the Delta variant is still around, and it is very, very dangerous. For example, if your business has been designated as essential service, most likely you have considered health and safety concerns and may have provided staff with personal protection equipment, PPE. Now, how did you manage? Did you have multiple distributors in case one source is not available? If not, can you find alternative sources of PPE? Now, you need to review your services and consider how they might operate in a COVID-19 environment if it gets any worse. What can go wrong? Prepare for those eventualities. What if your critical employees show symptoms, test positive of COVID-19? Suddenly, one of your very critical employees is out of the equation. What is the plan? What is your plan? What do you have in place for employee self-reporting, income compensation, corporate reporting obligations, self-isolation requirements, notification protocols? Now, what is your short-term liquidity? That is where you need cash flow discipline, and that is where you should have practiced long before the eventuality. Now we go to preparedness. What is your organization's critical business activity? Who are your critical personnel? Are there alternatives? If those guys are not around, suddenly one of them or both of them are not around, what do you do? What are the vital elements of your supply chain? What if something happens to your supply chain? Can you manage alternatives? Do you have alternatives prepared for that? You may not be able to offer services the way you previously did. So you may have to offer services virtually instead of in person, or delivery instead of on site. Now, what have you put in place for those eventualities? Do you have to change the services that you offer entirely? Perhaps suddenly you realize that your services, you're not able to offer those services. So what if you have to do something completely different for your business to continue to survive? For instance, if you were producing perfume and suddenly you have to produce hand sanitizers or water, can you manage? Can you switch to something completely different so your company, your business can survive? If you need to transition, be aware that there are added risks with these changes. And so you need to update your mitigation steps to ensure that you are protected once these changes come into effect. Now, you need to identify your source, all your sources that are necessary to support your new activities. Suddenly, you realize that the things that you used to do, you cannot do them anymore. You need to do something else for your business to survive. So if possible, you need to put all the resources in place before you transition, because otherwise then you transition into the new business and you find that you are stuck. If you are unable to perform your key activities or source alternatives, what impact would that have on your business? Are there any mitigation measures you could put in place to reduce that impact? Are there any forms of assistance that you can make use of to prolong your business's survival? Like in the UK, there was the furlough scheme and soft loans scheme. Are there anything like that, any schemes like that where you operate? If so, can you take advantage of those? And when you do, how will they impact your business? You need to take all that into consideration. And even today, as I said, COVID-19 hasn't gone away. And for Africa, it may actually intensify. So you need to think of those situations. Now, response. The incident response plan should have been your roadmap of what to do in the face of COVID-19. Now, the trigger. How was it triggered in your case? And incidentally, it depends on the size of your business and its structure, and the activities it is in. The activation. Who had the authority to activate the plan? And how did it go? Who was involved in the response? Were all designated persons available? If some were not available, how did you go about it? What lessons did you learn? Are there subgroups charged with different elements of the plan? How did each group fare? You may have different departments or sections of your business, and each one of them will have to activate their plan that slightly differently. How did it go? And in case it flares up again, how will you manage? Communication. Now, that is critical. It is both internal and external. On the internal side, the plan should have addressed all employees. Everyone should have known exactly where they stood. Were they able to do that? How did the emergency communication mechanism kick in? Was it by email or telephone or text? How effective was it? Did everybody receive the instruction to do what they are supposed to do? Then updates. You need to update your employees, customers, clients, suppliers, and producers at all times so that everybody knows exactly what is going on in spite of the disruption. Now, recording. There should be an event log to record all relevant information, decisions, and actions taken during the crisis. Those will come in handy. This will be an invaluable tool later for addressing liability concerns that were raised during the crisis. There could be breach of contract, employment disputes, health and safety allegations, and privacy breaches, things like that. You need your log. If you have logged everything, when the time comes, you can use your log to say, oh, this person was asked to do that. We did that, we did that, we did that. But if you do not have the log, it will be very difficult to defend yourself. And also, it will be useful to debrief everybody after the disruption has passed, and also to go back and update your plan. The log will prove very important as you create or renew your business continuity plan post-pandemic. Now, the recovery. Your recovery plan will assist you to respond effectively so that you can minimize losses and reduce the time of recovery. Question: how will you get your business back in line after COVID-19? And the timing. What is the realistic length of time it will take your business to recover and begin to offer services again? How have you managed so far? How did you do it? What lessons did you learn? And how are you going to put those lessons in operation going forward? You may have multiple critical business activities, and if that is the case, each one should have its own recovery time frame. Not all of them will recover immediately, but you have to have time frames in mind to make sure that gradually each one of them comes back to business as usual. Strategies. Consider what your business needs to operate and develop strategies that prioritize the key elements of your operation. Identify a recovery team or teams. Identify key people who are tasked with focusing on the recovery of individual aspects of your business. That is critical. And each one of them should know exactly where they fit and when they fit in, when they come in. If everyone does their parts as well as they've been taught, and especially if there have been simulations and everyone knows exactly where they fit, then your business will flow back smoothly even after a major disruption. Without that, your business could easily go down. Now, communicate. Keep frequent and transparent communication with internal and external stakeholders. Identify alternatives. Who do you need to keep your operation running? Identify alternative suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, locations, facilities, equipment that you could use in order to keep going. Keep operational. How can you reduce operating costs and or increase alternative sources of cash flow so that your business can survive through the crisis? Monitor the process using a checklist, recording information, communicating information, contacting the right people at the right time, seeking support from all available resources like tax advice and assistance and so on while you review your recovery. There are so many unknowns at present, but you need to plan. Your plan may include multiple contingencies in the months ahead. You need to stay on top of things to make sure that your business continues through the pandemic or through any eventuality. If you have a plan, if you have a plan in place that has been rehearsed over and over and everybody knows where they stand, then when crises arise, you can sail through without any problems. Thank you for your attention. And if there are any questions.
Hey, thank you so much, Dr. Kwa, for that great presentation. The questions, Joy, are there any questions on the Facebook platform on this specific topic? Not now. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kwa. If you have just joined us, this is the first day of the Africa's Entrepreneurs 8th Edition Conference, powered by Africa Women in Trade. So we will take a short break, and then when we return, we still have 2 more sessions. We will then hear the topic go-to-market strategy as well as a panel discussion on that. Thank you so much. We will have a short break. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are joining this session from. This is the first day of the African Entrepreneurs 8th Edition Conference, and we are going to be having the last two sessions of the day. Without wasting time, let me introduce our next two speakers. The first one is Jackie, who is the advisory board member of I2I Mega Hub, which is an organization that focuses on harnessing ideas and taking them to the globe. And the second one will be Dr. Alex Anim, who presented earlier on innovation and intellectual property. Dr. Kwan, you have to be out of the studio and you have to go back to the participation link, and Jackie and Dr. Alex will be remaining in the studio
so that you can enter
the next session. Dr. Alex, is Jackie here?
Yes, I need to know.
Okay.
She's on. Yeah, but she's
you
trying to
can pull up
connect.
your screen and then you can go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, and she's joining.
I won't be able to see where I am, but Joy says she's not here. So you may have to start.
Okay. Jackie, are you on?
So Jackie is joining.
Yes,
Please welcome Jackie. If you just joined, you have been welcomed in your absence. So please welcome to the 8th edition of the African Entrepreneurs Conference. So over to you to present on go-to-market strategy. My name is Oliver Fortune, the CEO of the African Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center.
Hello, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending upon where you're located at.
Good afternoon, thank you.
I'm honored to be given this opportunity to participate in this virtual conference. My name is Jackie Anim with my co-presenter, Dr. Alex Anim Mensah. We are here today to speak to the topic of go-to-market strategy. And just like any product development, the whole process has a cycle that starts from having an idea, developing the idea through a form of an R&D. Then you go through a manufacturing phase, commercialization, and finally you want to sell your product. It is imperative to have a strong, sound go-to-market strategy because your intent is to sell the product for profit and also pay your stakeholders. For the next 25 minutes, I'll take you to a journey itemizing I think I'm not sharing. Give me a second. Are you able to see my screen?
No, I cannot hear anybody. Hello?
Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet. Joy, can you find out?
I cannot hear anybody.
Are you able to see my screen?
I cannot hear anybody.
Hello?
I cannot hear anybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Jack,
we're having some few issues.
Are you okay?
I think Dr. Alexander, you can log off and log in again, and you cannot hear us. And Jackie, please try to share your screen. At the bottom, there is class share. I don't know whether you see the share down there.
Yes, I do.
Yes, click on it and then click on the screen that you want to share on that big screen you see in there. Just click on it and then it will activate the share.
Can't you?
Yes, we can hear you, but you might have to log in again because we can't. You seem not to hear us. Can you hear us now, Dr. Amin? Manisha?
Dr. Alex, are you able to hear us now? Dr. Alex is not hearing us, so Jackie, you can go ahead. I will check with Dr. Alex on the phone.
Yeah, can you hear me and do you see my screen?
We can hear you. I can't see your screen yet. I don't know if Joey can see the screen.
Please go to share on the bottom, just at the bottom. Click share. Once you click share, you'll be able to see a screen in front of you. Click that screen and share on the right side.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you see the screen sharing option?
Yeah.
Go back to the StreamYard and click share.
Can you see my deck?
No, I cannot see it yet. But because you're not sharing yet, click the screen that you see on top of, there's the entire screen. There's a screen showing on the small box. Click that screen and then you share. If not, you can send us your presentation and we can share it from here.
Can you see it now?
Yes, there's something coming up. 1 second. Yes, we can see that.
Excellent.
Maybe make it a slideshow.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Do you still see it?
Yes,
Hello.
all good. All
Excellent.
good.
Yeah, for the next 25 minutes, I will take you through some basic definition, and also review the purpose, discuss some advantages and some benefits of having a sound go-to-market strategy. I'll also digress a little bit to touch on some strong streams that feeds into the go-to-market strategy that you may have to have in order for your marketability of your product to be successful. And those two will be ability to incorporate a destructive thinking philosophy, as well as the use of brand and color to enhance the product marketability. And that will be the end of my session. I'll hand it over to Dr. Anim after that for him to go through some of the considerations, some key influences in terms of meeting the customer's unmet need, and go through some distribution model, price target, and sale, after which we will be available to take any questions and answer them as they come in. Having said that, let's get started. Somebody may ask the question, why the need to have a go-to-market strategy? And an attempt to answer it, we bucketized it into these three main pillars. And I'm going to take one pillar at a time. When it comes to the three pillars, is the what, the how, and the when. In terms of the what, it encompasses what is your action plan? What is the plan for this product? How do you want to move it from A to B? Who are your targeted audience? What do you intend to provide to your customers that they don't have today? What is your vision and the mission? And the mission comes with a mission statement. For example, when it comes to one of the supermarket giant, Walmart, their mission statement is, when you build, they will come. And therefore, throughout the ages, they've run the business based on that mission statement. Walmart has consistently and strategically located their stores close to an interstate. They select the towns and the cities that they want to operate in. They go big, They carry every product from food to automotive parts. They price it medium to low, and we go. Personally, I go to Walmart every week, either to buy produce or to buy accessories for something. The second pillar that I would like to touch on is the how. And the how deals with, how do you intend to deliver this product? What is your blueprint? Do you intend to limit it to Africa? Do you intend to limit it to South Africa? Or you want to go global? What is the blueprint, and how do you intend to duplicate it from location to location? Very critical, very, very mandatory to have that documented up front. Price and distribution channel. Do you intend to use direct distribution channels or indirect distribution channels? Do you have intermediaries? Do you want to use Alibaba or you want to use Amazon? What is your distribution channel, and how do you intend to proceed? The third pillar is the business plan for short-term, mid-term, and long-term execution of your business or the marketability of your product. Finding the resource for continuity so that your project or your product or your services does not become a one-day wonder. Who are your stakeholders? How do you intend to get funding? Are you intending to register it and go public, or are you going to keep it as a private equity? All those plans needs to be filtered into your go-to-market strategy. It cannot be just in your head. It has to be documented on paper. Applicability. Where can you apply this type of go-to-market strategy? It is applicable when you have a new product or services. Very important. It can be utilized to reintroduce an existing product in a new market region or around the world. To cite an example on this particular one, the V-Power gasoline is one of them that comes into memory. For over 4 years, the V-Power gasoline or the petrol was available in Ghana, Benin, Ivory Coast. 4 years. It took the 5th year for that V-Power gasoline to be accessible in North America. And when it came to North America, they had to repackage it slightly because the logo, which was in Ghana, was yellow on red. And over here, it's red on yellow to suit the environment in which we are here. Again, a strong go-to-market strategy can be used in launching under a new company name or branding. And I'll touch on branding later on. It can be used to target new groups of people. And a go-to-market strategy can be used to refresh an existing product that is not even selling. So you take the same thing and repackage it and use a different go-to-market strategy to get it to be successful. Moving on to some of the key benefits of having a sound, predetermined, pre-written down go-to-market strategy. When you have that, it provides a clear definition of where you want to go or where you've been, which tends to suit your stakeholders. Anyone who has invested in your business will feel very comfortable if you are able to show a well-documented go-to-market strategy on paper. It also increases your chances of succeeding because then you have a roadmap that you're following methodically. It decreases your likelihood of any potential failures down the road because if there's a resources that you don't have, now you have the ability to hire or to request for someone to join you or seek the resources that you need. If there's some learnings that needs to be done, now you have an opportunity to know where your blind spots are in order to eliminate your blind spots. Therefore, a sound go-to-market strategy provides a clear visibility and gives you a mission forward. You're marching towards a path for incremental growth. It ensures and provides effective customer experience. So a customer will have the same experience from one store to another store or from a region to a region. You have this duplication of product, you have duplication of services, and even including customer service, and you have duplication of everything. So it's not different. The customer experience when they come to the store in Accra, for example, shouldn't be different when they go to a store in Kumasi. So the customer effectiveness is there. It's an experience that the customer becomes accustomed to because you're duplicating according to plan. It ensures compliance of product because you're following the same approach in terms of approvals and meeting requirement. There's no cutting of corners. It improves the product authenticity as well as it enhances the brand and makes the brand really genuine. When it comes to a go-to-market, the strategy itself has a lot of streams that feeds into it. For the benefit of time, we decided to speak on two of the streams. One is having a disruptive thinking philosophy, and the second one is branding. When it comes to using a disruptive thinking philosophy, it is imperative because everything is evolving and nothing is static. So in a pandemic situation, for example, like this one, your go-to-market strategy has to be different. It has to suit the time in which we find ourselves in. In a pandemic situation, you wouldn't have the flexibility to mount a canopy and have a piano and a wine, passing brochures and interacting with your customers. That flexibility doesn't exist right now because of the distancing protocol. And therefore, your go-to-market strategy will include the use of e-market strategy, the use of e-outlets, the Facebook, the Instagram, the YouTube. Currently, everybody has a smartphone, so you have the ability to use that smartphone outlet for e-marketing strategy because of social distancing, for example. So nothing is static, and once you document it, so because of this particular era, this is the strategy. If the situation changes, we have to revise our go-to-market strategy to suit. If not, the product will not sell. You're not able to get from the product from location A to B. One other factor that needs to be put into this is the desire of competition. There's competition out there. And therefore, to outsmart the competition, you got to think outside the box. You got to use a different technique altogether to outsmart and also be successful moving forward. And having a go-to-market strategy gives you an advantage. Currently, customers have a speed of recovery. It's unprecedented in a sense that a customer may have, for example, an iPhone 10. 2 months later, this same customer is looking for an iPhone 11. So if you are coming into the iPhone business and you're providing a technology which is equivalent to 4 or 5 years ago, you're not going to be successful. You got to stay ahead of the competition. It is imperative because the customer wants more and more and more. Another example is aesthetics, very critical. Aesthetics in everything, from home decor to fashion to everything, aesthetics, and electronics that are embedded in the home decor. Curtains now have remote. So if you're going to be selling curtains and you're selling something that is not where the customer's desire is, you're not going to be successful. So your go-to-market strategy has to be tailored to a group of people in a particular region. The use of biomimicry, the use of data, for example, the adaptation of data science. What is the customer buying lately? Very critical. You got to learn, even if it's a local, if your target is a village in Africa, what are the needs? And therefore your go-to-market strategy has to be tailored to them. If the customer that you're targeting is global, you might have to do local go-to-market. In Africa, this is what we're going to do. In Asia Pacific, this is what we're going to do. In Europe, this is what we're going to do. In Americas, this is what the plan is. And therefore, you may use a phased approach to launch the product globally. The second stream that I want to touch on is the use of brand and branding. When it comes to a brand, someone may say it's just the identity of the product or maybe the identity of the company. Brand has longevity, it has history, it doesn't change very often. Branding, on the other hand, has to evolve. It is mandatory that the branding of your product has to evolve, it cannot stay static. For example, the Coca-Cola brand. Coca-Cola is Coca-Cola. Everybody knows about that. And it's met the test of time. However, throughout the years, Coca-Cola has gone through a lot of branding activity. There's been seasonal branding, like during the Olympics. The can will have the Olympic logo and may have some pictorial depictions of some of the athletes on the can and even on the boxes. The Coca-Cola has also gone through some branding in terms of the taste of it. We have the cherry Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola Zero. We have the vanilla Coca-Cola. So the Coca-Cola has a lot of branding that has gone on throughout the years. However, the Coca-Cola itself has never changed. The brand it hasn't changed. And the branding has made the brand really, really strong. There is a relationship between branding, the brand, and the color power that I want to draw your attention to. Color holds the key to a company branding. Color is crucial. There is an emotional message built into color. So to select a color and incorporate it into your go-to-market strategy is very, very important. Your selection should be based on the product and the message you want to sell out there. For example, the MTN logo, it has the gold. Gold is what? Money. And with a blue heart. So heart, the blue is sterile. This logo is so strong and it's intended for money transfer and also communication. They're showing some element of caring with the blue and the white. The blue and the white is normally indicative of care. We use blue and white a lot in the hospital. The white is sterility, cleanliness, and the blue is emotional caring and tranquility. So the combination of the yellow and blue has a message built in there. Additionally, with the Vodafone, it has the red background with a teardrop. The Vodafone has met the test of time. You know what their message is all about. They're into interconnectivity, they're into internet, they're into information transfer, and it's Vodafone. Another brand that I want to speak about is the Red Cross. The Red Cross has a message built in there. When you are in distress and you see the Red Cross van, you know there's help on the way. All of a sudden, your shoulder is lowered and you feel more comfortable because the Red Cross is bringing food, medication, and it's irrespective of who you are, where you're located around the world, what region, it doesn't matter. Decisions are not based on all those factors. They're just there to deliver. The J&J logo, the most caring company in the whole world, same situation. The Nike has a different message. Celebrities wear Nike. It's stitched very well. It's used by healthy, strong athletes, and therefore there's a message in there as well. The black and white has a message in there. Just do it. They have the check mark underneath it. So all these feeds into your brand. So someone said, well, I need to repackage the Gary with the peanuts, with sugar, and call it a breakfast ready to go. You get your selection of the logo has to show that it's breakfast, and it has to be packaged very well, and therefore the color combination or the color choice for that prepackaged breakfast has to have a message to sell. It is important. There are cases where the brand becomes almost the product. There's languages around such situation when the brand is so strong that it represents the product. So a customer trying to say, will say, could you make me a Xerox copy of this documentation? He says Xerox. what he meant to say was, could you make me a copy of this documentation? Because the printer is an HP printer or Kenyo printer. It's or Sanyo printer. It wasn't even a Xerox machine. But the Xerox is so strong that it's representing all printers in that class of product. Another example is someone indicating, I'm in pain and I'm going to go take paracetamol versus I'm going to take a painkiller. He doesn't even have paracetamol at home. What he has is an Advil or ibuprofen. But because the paracetamol has a strong brand, it's representing all painkillers. And the example will go on and on and on and on. Oh, he's got a Pampers. He doesn't have a pamper. He has an undergarment. But they don't even know the names of all the other undergarment that is available. So they use the word Pampers to represent that whole product line. Oh, my part is made with nylon. That's not true. It's made with an Accolon, which is a polyamide. But they don't know the names, so all they know is nylon. Whether it's nylon or not, they say it's nylon. That tells you the nylon brand is so strong, it's overshadowing everything in its class. Moving forward, what are the meanings of these colors? And I believe this might be my last slide. And after which I will hand it over to Dr. Neem to take it from there. We'll come back for question and answers at the end. These colors have a message, and it's critical to understand. There is several colors, the rainbow colors, there's several. Even when you use the Pantone color chart, there's over 500 color combination with various shades and hue. For the benefit of time, I'm going to be speaking to these four. The black is indicative of seriousness, classic, sophistication, exclusivity, the black MasterCard, the black Jaguar, the black suit, the black shoe, the black dress. That lady in the black dress is going to go down. So the black is just for a hand-selected few group of people. The black American Express card is just a few people with no limits. Red, on the other hand, signifies power, energy, aggression, provocative, passion, energy. So the lady in the red dress, 12 midnight, you can tell she's very passionate. Yellow, on the other hand, which was one of the background with the MTN logo, again, happiness. They want you to be talking all day long, paying attention, optimism, creativity, sunshine. It's all happy day. Gold also is indicative of money, enlightenment, wisdom, intellect. So MTN methodically selected the gold and added the blue heart. They have a heart. Magenta, again, it's in a group of colors. This is just a representation of the purple, the orange, excuse me, yeah, the pink, the magenta, the violet. It's all in that group. And it signifies passion, power, energy, compassion, youthfulness, and, cheerfulness, happiness, contentment. It's a happy color. So if your intent is to target the youth, then having these type of colors in your design will be business critical. And therefore, you need to pay attention and document that in your go-to-market strategy. So you have a wristwatch or you have something and you're targeting the youth, having some of these combination as part of your label or even as part of the product will help the product sell very well. At this point, I will hand it over to my co-presenter, and he's going to take us from the strategy and some of the must-have, after which we'll come back for question and answers. Again, thank you for the opportunity. Dr. Annie Mensah.
Thank you on the slides. Me.
You want me to stop sharing?
Um, no, share. Um, Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You want me to
Okay,
stop sharing?
very good presentation. Then, I'm here to just share a little about since we have yes, I would not
I think we are having a challenge with connection with Dr. Anim. The system just kicked him out, so he will be rejoining. Okay, so I think he's having issues with the network.
So you want me to proceed or?
Sorry, Sister Jackie.
I was wondering if you want me to walk through it. Is he logging back on? Or do you want me
I
to?
think he's log back in on. Yeah, he's logging back.
Okay.
Let's see if he can be able to.
All right.
So to all our participants, if you've just joined us, this is go-to-market strategy, challenges, and the way forward. Subject matter. So prepare your questions, post them on YouTube.
sorry,
and
for some
Facebook.
reason I was having issues with this connection.
Okay.
I think it's better now.
Please, welcome back. Okay.
Yes. So as you could see, these are the must-have. Doesn't mean it's exhaustive. There are more you can add to it, but this is just to give us an information on what is required. We have the pricing strategy, and we have marketing and promotion, and then devising the channel strategy. Can you go ahead? So click on it for me. So the market type, you have to be able to look into the target marketing, the segment. Within the market segment itself, you can segment the market segment into which ones do you want to prioritize. And even that, you can still prioritize within the different segments to be able to kind of focus on a particular area. So we have the region and we have the timelines. And Jackie, can you go forward? And the customer, who is the target audience within the market space, and what information do you want to provide to the customer to be able to attract your product, and then adaptation of and customer segment process. How can we turn the customers into into a buyer, and also types of channel that one want to use. The important thing is here is customers want to buy your product, they want to have access to your product, and how can you get the product to them? So there's a direct way by which you can directly sell to them, and there's an indirect way whereby there's an intermediary in between. You can send your product to a warehouse, and then from the warehouse, you can also send it to a distributor. I mean, there are different levels, and the question is, time is of essence, and it depends on the type of arrangement which is being made. There are several levels. You can also have a retail shop, but the product have to get to the customers, and it has to be very clear what the route will be. Next. So as we mentioned here, next slide. So this is just to give some little information about what the target market might be. It can be geographical location, that's the city, the state, the population, how to reach an ideal customer, who the competition is. And you can also look at the demographic, the age, the gender, the income level. Those are all very important. And then the psychological part, psychographic part, which is more of the lifestyle of the people, what the people are interested in, what are their values. And even in some areas, they are interested in some colors more than some. So sometimes you may need to tailor your kind of information to particular area. Though we talk about globalization, there are lumps in the globalization, meaning that let's say if you talk about McDonald's, for instance, you know about McDonald's. When McDonald's is in China or it's in Japan, they don't carry the same product as in America. They make some changes to it to be able to suit the need. You also have to make sure that whatever you are trying to present to the people meets their kind of lifestyle. So things vary from place to place, that you need some information to be able to target the market very well. That's why maybe in some cases there are some segmentation in your target market. And also you have to look at the willingness of the people to pay. If the person doesn't have the money, I want the product, but I don't have the money to pay for it, you have to really be able to determine that. And you clearly have to make sure that you have enough people in the target market such a way that you can have your financial objective being met. But at the end of the day, you are trying to sell to be able to sustain your business. So that is very important, that whatever it is, you have to be able to get enough customers to buy your product. Another thing is, you can have several products looking at different markets, but you have to be very clear which market is your prime. Which one are you looking at to be able to make the objectives what it is? Because at the end of the day, you want to be able to get your financial rights, and the number of people buying and their purchasing power goes a long way, such a way that you have to prioritize what are your primary markets to be able to achieve the objective, and it has to be communicated really right. Next slide. So we talk about value proposition. All of us, you buy based on something. It might be what I'm buying, what is the value of it? And value means that it's just the benefit minus the cost. If, let's say, I'm going to buy a torchlight, and the torchlight has a watch on it that I can see, the torchlight have a GPS with it, but the price is $2, and I'm just going to buy another torchlight, which is only torchlight, and it's about 1.8. I'd rather buy one which can do much. So you have to be able to list all that is respective with your product and what distinguishes that product from the rest. And you have to be able to communicate that very well. And also, you need to know your competitors. You have to know your competitors in, out, understand the competitors really well. What is it that they have that yours is different from them? In that case, you can tailor your value proposition accordingly to make sure that you're able to distinguish yourself from the different competitor, to show the customers that, hey, your product is of this quality and can do this and can do that, and why this is why you need to buy it. Next. So you also have to identify to the customer that my product is going to solve these problems for you if you engage in it. So everybody wants their problem solved, and you have to state that clearly, that this is what my product does, and these are all the additions that sets one apart from the other. So you have to know your competitor to be able to tailor your information to the customers to distinguish yourself. Another thing is the pricing. There are several ways one can price. We have the cost-based pricing, which is, I can say that it costs me this much to produce this product, and I'm going to add some percentage to that to be able to get my profit. And we have the competition-based costing, whereby you look at all the different kinds of products on the market, and I will say that the competitions are all selling it this way, but I want to position mine this way, such a way that I'm in the range of prices. But if you look at value pricing, since we have said value proposition, that's the best way to go. Be able to identify the value of your product such a way that even the competition might be at a price, you can still price yours above, and then be able to use the value of your product to distinguish yourself. So people might buy. Sometimes people think that when you say your product is inexpensive, people will buy. But if you sell based on the value, people are willing to buy on the value more than any other thing. And you have to be able to tell your story, and you have to be able to distinguish yourself why you are different from everybody. The next slide. This is just some information just to share the messaging that we need to share with our customers. And the messaging part is more of information to convince someone to buy your product. It's very important how you package this, and then the value of the product or the value proposition comes here, and you have to be able to drown that very well in the ears of the customers. And you also have to know the kind of customers you are dealing with. Is it directly, I'm dealing directly with the customer, who is an individual, or am I dealing with a customer who is a business? That way the communications are different. And if it's a business, you have to also know which people are the decision makers, which people are going to dig their hands in their pocket to buy. In that case, you will know how to tailor the information. And you know, sales strategy is to help you present your information in such a way that it will persuade the customer to be able to buy your product. Another thing is the distribution strategy. It needs to be very clear. Where can people have the product? Can they buy directly from you, or where should they buy it? Do you have a retail shop? Do you have any intermediary? All those things need to be very clear. And the last part is the channel. The channel strategy is also very important. How do you want customers to interact with you? As you could see up there, that's the picture over there. That's showing you the various ways customers can contact you. Or you can come with something. If a customer has a problem, that's how he does. If you need information, that's how the person is going to do. So this will get you an idea about how customers can contact you in the event if they have questions, or in case you want to reach them too. How do you want to read them? And it needs to be very clear as part of your strategy to be able to read them. Another consideration for building a GTM is you have to have, in the course of preparation, you can come up with the metrics which you look at the cost and the value, so the way that you can position yourself for the customers to enjoy the benefits. You also have to understand the customer's journey. I mean, how did they buy? How do they want to buy? And also you have to decide on all these strategies, including the marketing, sales, pricing, and distribution, such that once you decide, it will be well communicated to them. And also, whilst you are coming out with a product, or you have different products on the market, you need to also understand where your product position among the others. And then also you need to understand, before you even come out with a market strategy, where is the product on your product roadmap. That's also very important, that you know the story to be able to communicate to the customer that this is coming out at this time. Your timelines are correct. And also, you have to define what the success is and what budgets are you going to use for this, because all these things cost money, and you want to minimize use of money, a lot of money, such a way that you can come up with a product which is cost effective. Next, and then Jackie have already talked about strengthening brand position, which is very necessary. Your color selection and other things that goes with it, telling your story goes a long way. And as I mentioned, you have to do as much as possible to reduce the cost whilst optimizing profit. All that you are trying to do is to increase what? Profit, and then position yourself very well. So you have to look into, how can I engage the customers and then get them into admitting the product such a way that the customers' engagement leads to what? Generation of leads and converting them into customers. So getting the chance to meet them, you have to be able to drive your story home to be able to get them to look into your product. There are others that you need to consider here. Where can they buy the products, and where can they find information? Are they on the web? Where are they? How can they contact you? I already showed a wheel which they have means of how they can contact you. That makes it very simple. In case it's a machine, when there's something broken, where do I go to service that? That should be very clear too. And then if there are spare parts, how do I get the spare parts? Because I want to fix it myself. Where can I get it? And if there's a return policy, I don't think Africa, you hear this very well, maybe in South Africa. If I buy your product and it's not doing what it's supposed to do, or it's broken, I have a warranty on it, how do I even contact you? You have to consider all those things when you're developing the plan. And also customer service centers. Apart from the servicing centers, where are the customer service centers which they can address my issue? Maybe I can't even put the two things together. Something is wrong, or in case I want to reach somebody, or I want to give some feedback. Where can I get the training support from to be able to use the product? Those are all very important, and that you have to consider when you are getting all these things. You don't want to get to the market and you're not ready. People come in and ask questions, you don't have the information. That is going to be a serious issue if you're not ready. That's going to create a void which our competitors can, take advantage of. People buy sometimes not because of the product, sometimes because you handle them, their situation, you're able to respond to them, you handle them perfectly, your customer service is good, people would like to call and be willing to work with you. Next slides. And also, we are trying to look at Africa. How can we capitalize on the market? And you are in Africa. You want to be able to find reliable energy, because we know Africa has issues with energy. You want to find the right people because sometimes it's very difficult finding the right people to work with you. And then sometimes you need some materials to be able to use it for the process. It becomes also another issue. And then there's no information, I'll say limited information or data to access. And sometimes if you want to do your market research across Africa, it comes with money. And there's limited access too. And then you have internet connectivity, as you saw. I mean, it does a lot of wrong or impact a lot of business. And if you want information, it's very difficult sometimes to get the information. Even if you have it, how quick does it flow? Sometimes it might not be digitized. Sometimes it's like a handwritten one someone can scan for you. But if it's digitized and you can find it easily, it goes a long way. And sometimes you want a partner. You are not able to find a partner. Even if you find one, they are not very trustworthy. They'll say A and it's B. They'll say put your money here, and then it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. And then considering Africa, there's a lot of uneven laws and standard across Africa. It makes it very difficult. And on top, I know diversity is very important, but sometimes if you don't have diversity very well, the quarters can come in and different tastes here and there. You need to be able to educate the people about the differences such a way that they can buy into that, or you need to understand all those things and tailor to their need. And then moving remittance around Africa is always another problem. And then price variation. How can I price myself such a way that I'm able to meet the needs of the people? Because there's so much variation. And even if you want to move your product from A to B, I mean, it's a complex stuff. But we believe that after coming in place could help resolve some of these things. And then lack of infrastructure. Jackie already mentioned this already. Alibaba and the rest, you know about Amazon and the rest. You go there, you can have as much as what you want. Is there anything like that in Africa, across Africa? I mean, I'm hoping the after is coming in to help. And also having the right technology and how to be able to afford it is also another issue. And even if you want to advertise your product, where can you? And then what are the trade policies? It varies from place to place. And one thing which is very important is lack of good customer service. People believe that if you want the product, you find it, but rather you also have to search for people and be able to talk with them nicely. And as you could see, the packaging and then coming out with better logos, they all go a long way to appeal to people. And how can you align your cost minimization strategy with supply and demand, and how to price your product low whilst aligning to your value. So these are just small of them, just few of them that I wanted to list here. But the important thing is you having your own business, you have to look at what does my business rely on. If it's energy, or if you need energy to operate, then you have to list it and make sure that you have other sources. If it relies on internet, make sure you have your connectivity, make sure you have the right information. It's very difficult, but you can also develop some yourself. And anytime there's a challenge, there's always an opportunity. They go hand in hand. So what can you do? You can develop some of these things yourself and then use them to your advantage. You can also collaborate with others to help you do this if you cannot do it by yourself. And you have to standardize your product, your process, and your product. And then you also have to continually continue to improve as you go along. So you have to also gather feedback from existing and potential customers. You can also conduct surveys to gather more information, and that's going to help you to do a lot yourself. Don't be thinking support is coming from everywhere, but you have to be able to be in the position to be able to develop some of them for yourself. It's very difficult to find suitable people. Sometimes you have to develop them yourself. You have to get mentors and partners. And sometimes if you find a suitable person or candidate, you can also sign up some partnership with them to make sure that they stay, or give them some incentives for them to stay. And you have to use appropriate technology. Even if they are not there, you can develop some. You can also engage with the universities to make sure that they are also helping. And you have students who are coming to do co-ops and the rest who can also help you. And you can also join associations or create ones or cooperative with the need of bringing people together so that we put ideas together to be able to solve a common need in the area. And also, you have to define KPIs, which is, how can I make sure that my business is improving? Define some parameters that you can measure over time, such a way that with the feedback from that, you can continue kind of improve on your processes and your product to be able to do very well. Nothing exists anywhere. You can always develop that yourself. And as I mentioned, it's an opportunity for you to be able to take that into perspective. You need trustworthy people, and you also have to be very trustworthy. If you say A, your A should be A. If we are not going to deliver on time, you have to really communicate to whoever you are dealing with. And when you are setting targets, be realistic. Consider everything, which could go wrong, and be able to position yourself. Sometimes you'll be operating and all of a sudden light off, and maybe it can take 3 days. What is your backup plan? Dr. Kwa mentioned about business continuity. What's your backup plan? You have to consider that all. And also, we are fond of excuses. We always come out with a lot of excuses, and it seems time is not of essence. It seems you have so much time, but I think it is the time that even if there's an excuse, it has to be a reasonable excuse, but you have to prevent the excuses, minimize that, and then let time be of essence. And I think that will go a long way for us to achieve the objective. So with this, we'll move on to the question and answer type. And thank you so much for listening to us. So questions and answers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anim, and thanks so much to CJK for the great presentations. The first comment is, will we have access to this presentation? So if you can kindly send us both the business continuity presentation as well as this one. But the question here is, how do you get around that fact that color connotations are not universal? In some cultures, black indicates mourning, red denotes aggression, and even white is an indication of widowhood. There's a question on the chat box. So do you guys want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'll take that. As I had said during my presentation, this color selection has to be customized to the region of sale. So, for example, the V-Power gasoline from Shell, in Ghana, they have the words in, I think, red, and the background is yellow. In North America, the words are red.
Dr. Alex, it looks like Cici Jakis, she's been, there's internet connection issue. If you want to continue while she's logging in.
So basically, what it is, you have to tailor it to the various environments. And I said strategy. You can't globalize everything. They are lamps, right? So you go to different places, have different requirements. So you have to be mindful of that to be able to tailor that to the need of the particular area. So yes, you have to look at the various culture, but at least that for a particular culture, you have a chunk of culture which have something similar, right? So you can look at that, the big ones, and tailor to their need. Africa is not going to be easy, but you have to understand that, work with people to be able to cater to their need in that respect.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Alex. Before we go to if there's any more questions, can you please describe, for the benefit of everybody, the meaning of go-to-market strategy in a simple way?
As you could see the word. As you could see
yes,
the word.
just, when you do prototype development, you explain it in such a way that even a layman can understand. So can you please describe that for us while we're waiting for more questions?
This is at the tail end. You have your product. This is the product. How do I get the product to the customer? That's basically what it is. You know what I'm saying? How do I get it to the customer? And that's what it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Jackie will be Jackie can rejoin again. That's from Joy. Joy, are there any questions on that side? Because I can't see the back end. There's a question from Sisi Tandiwe. How can we evaluate if an idea is valuable or not? African filings.
That one, if it's not very valuable, you have to look at, in case I come out with this product, right? How many people do you think will solve their problem? First, an idea should be solving a problem, right? Or there's something called a push and a pull. A push is if I come out with this idea and I develop this idea into something big, am I going to push it to people, or are people going to pull it? Meaning that if the people are going to pull it, then there's a demand for it right there. But if you have to also look at, am I going to push it to them because there's a new idea? The prime thing is it going to solve any problem, right? If it's going to solve a problem, then it's valuable. You can compare that to also something existing, right? And say that this is what people are doing. If I do this, it's still in the same area, but at least the existing one, what is it doing? It's solving this problem and that problem. So if this comes in, it can also solve the same problem, but in a better way. In that case, it's going to be very valuable. And there are several ways to also look at this. I mean, you want to look at how much volume or size is that going to really deal with. So that's what I'll say. Communication, the question on board, communication is very important. But you have to deliver to your promise. That's why I said make promises you can meet, not promises you cannot meet. But let the person also, communication is very important. Let the people know that, hey, I'm going to deliver on this time, but these are the possible, we are developing. These are the possible hindrances that can occur. So the question becomes that, bear with me, we'll deliver in this time and we'll try. So you rather will not give a pinpoint date. You can give maybe 3 to 5 days, right? So within the 3 to 5 days, it will be there. But you also have to do your homework and make sure that you have a good system that can really deliver.
Okay.
Don't overpromise.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. And I think we once had a challenge, last year with our wine samples to Ghana that took almost 2 months.
Yes.
And at the end, we never received the product. So that's one thing about promises. Any more questions? I saw Sisi Jackie managed to come back. Sisi Jackie, do you want to continue with your comment on the first question?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was saying that when it comes to color selection and branding, it is very critical to select based on the local understanding of those colors. And this level of detail needs to be part of your go-to-market strategy. For example, if you're going from North America to Africa, or even within Africa, you're going from Ghana to Nigeria, the interpretation of colors are very different. And therefore, that needs to be part of the thought process. It has to be documented, it has to be written down so that there's no error or mistake going from one region to another.
Okay, thank you so much. Any more questions? We still have about 20 minutes to go deeper on this topic. Joy, you can kindly check on YouTube and Facebook. Yes, another question from Tandiwe. You mentioned enforcement as one of the key challenges that Africa is facing. Are there any plans by AFCTA to deal with this?
There are still the laws and the frameworks, but I know that's going to stand out prominently, because without that, I don't think even the harmonization they are talking about will work. Because if you don't enforce anything, it's like you didn't have anything. And I'm thinking that will come up, and that will be some of the things they will address. I'm having the opportunity to have a presentation at the AU level coming soon, next 2 months in October. And those are some of the things I've written out to share with them to make sure that they consider that. Because without that, I don't think the after IP plan will work so well when it comes to harmonization.
Dr. Alex, you may want to, do you want to highlight some of the objective key points of the Africa Private Summit that we will be presenting, given that you mentioned
the
on
African
that.
Private Summit basically is more looking into implementation. Like you saw this presentation, we listed a lot of challenges and we listed a lot of way forward. The key part is what are the challenges and what are the way forward. So we'll give just a little background. We have to list out all the challenges and then the way forward. It seems if that is not done, after will not be going forward smoothly because people are really like theory without practicals, but this is more of the implementation to drive the implementation section of the after from the private sector.
Thank you so much, Joy. I can see that there are no more questions, even though we still have some little bit of time. So what we are going to do, so I want to say thank you so much for everybody that has joined. Today is the first day, and using this platform is good, but it was our first time, so there were some little bit of hiccups a little bit earlier. So I just want to ask, Joy, do you want to say something before I do the closing remarks for today? If you can hear me? No. Okay. So there won't be any comments from Joy. So I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Alex Anim and Sisi Jackie, for the great presentations. Dr. Alex will going to email us the presentations. And thank you so much to everyone who has joined our first day. So there is more where it comes from. That's an African proverb. So we want you to come tomorrow and to join early, because the program is still packed. You're going to be getting new connections. You're going to be getting a lot of information in terms of how you can elevate yourself to the next level. And we are also going to we want to encourage all participants, like during our networking sessions, especially tomorrow, to join the networking sessions where you can connect live with other participants as well, and also go to our booth as well, and during the sessions tomorrow. There's going to be a great program once again. But a great thank you to all of you, and I want to wish you a blessed afternoon and a blessed morning to those who just woke up. This is the 8th edition of the African Entrepreneurs Conference. In November, we're going to have it in person. So we're all going to be here in Cape Town. So make sure you get your ticket early. Dr. Alex, your wine is still here behind me. So we are looking forward to see you in November. So thank you so much, everyone. And I want to wish you a great day further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.